Anybody standing at the back, there are seats right in front of me. Them, you can come here. Come on, I want to fill this row. Right, are we ready? Shh. Look at that. Outstanding. John. Welcome, everybody, to Red Bull headquarters in London. This is quite surreal. It's intimate and probably sweaty by about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So please make sure when we have the breaks, get up, move around, and make sure you get some fresh air. My name's Nick Manell. I'm going to be facilitating today, fingers crossed, hopefully. I'll do my best. But you are the audience, and that's where it counts, right? You have got to put your effort in today. This is about our industry. It's a little bit weird for me because I'm back after about 6 years out, and it's just wonderful to see so many regular faces that I used to know, and also it's where we love, right? We love this sector, this industry, so it's up to us to make the most of it. Feedback. We're on a little bit of a movement here, a bit of a mission, and it's important we're all on that journey together. There's going to be a full day, all right? So bear with us, come along with the ride with us, and make sure that we stick together on that journey. Um, we've got some really cool speakers. Mike Saul from Barclays is going to come up and give us a little bit of a holistic 30,000 foot look at the sector. We've got Andy King. Where is he? There, Andy. Um, Andy sparked my imagination about 6, 8 weeks ago when he did a 15-point manifesto on LinkedIn. All these words, wasn't it? But it was his thoughts, and it absolutely inspired me to kind of get in touch and say, "Look, you got to come and tell the audience this," because some of what he says is absolutely the simplicity of what we need to be doing, and we've all got to drive that. We can't just have one person saying it and then we just talk about it and we don't do anything about it. So it's all about actions today. Um, we've obviously got, where's the lovely Jenny? There. Education came up last year, I believe, and it was quite a focal point. So I wanted to have Jenny come and speak one-to-one interview with questions from the audience about education and how important it is. And it's a passion of mine because I think we forget, and I can say it as an ex-operator, it's always the one that kind of goes first in the budget push. And we don't need to do it. We need to influence that to stay in the budgets and make sure that we give our staff the important criteria to become better at what they do. That will shift the experience that you give to your consumers and customers. Um, no need to explain the next person. Where is he? David Minton. So it's the launch today of the State of the Industry report. A lot of work's gone into that, and I know they'll do the thank yous, but I'll say it now. It's an amazing team effort from Leisure Database to pull that together in the time that they've got. But I think there's more to it now. There's more to it, and there's more engagement from you. You need to start asking the questions. So what does that mean? How can we do that? What mission can we create from that stat? What did that mean for 12 months ago, 2 years ago? Start getting involved in how we move the data forward. Okay? And then, where is he? Keith Smith at the back of the room. So I've asked Keith today to do a session that, again, is simplicity at heart. How are we engaging with our customers? I'm sick of seeing people with coffee cups on the leg press. Give me 5 more. Engagement is key. That's the experience. That's how you keep members coming. So Keith's going to do a bit of an interactive session as well. He might even get you up. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. He's a live wire when he gets going. So that's the day. We've got breaks in between. There's networking opportunities. Most importantly, be together, right? We've got a day together. So get to know each other. There's loads of spread across the leisure sector here, from small businesses to large businesses to operators to manufacturers. It's fantastic. Education providers. This is where it happens, guys. You know, it's perfect spot to make it happen. Okay. So first up, stand up. Say hello to the person side to you, front of you, back of you. Now, go. If you haven't already. Okay. Okay, get yourselves a seat. Well done. See? Brilliant. Excellent, everybody. So that's the power of family, right? Just there. All these lot know each other. Besides the point, you've met people. Get to know people throughout the day. It'll be great fun. Okay, first up, introduce Mike Sol from Barclays. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick, for I'm not too sure this holistic 30,000 foot view that I'm going to give you, but we'll go with it. So I look after for Barclays the hospitality and leisure sector, which is quite a broad church. So it's anything from health and fitness, hotels, restaurants, cinemas, professional sports, gambling. So there is a connection. Most of it, if not all of it, is discretionary spend, and it's about working with businesses to see how you harness what you get from your customers, how easy it is for them to come and join you, to spend with you, give the advocacy vote to get people in, targeted marketing, all these kinds of things. So, what I would just start by saying is that had COVID not arrived, I would imagine that lots of businesses would still be running at very extreme staffing levels. Their efficiencies would not be as they are today. So, in a perverse sort of way, it was quite a positive impact. Lots of businesses have been hugely resilient. The worst time ever. I've been in the bank more than 40 years, and it's the worst recession we have seen. But what I would say is that the leisure sector and hospitality sector have had to massively reinvent themselves. And what we should have now is a much more resilient set of business operating rules that mean that you can deal with things as they're thrown your way. Dealing with technology and data and looking at how you can manipulate that to your benefit is quite important. We have seen over the years anyway, for example, we look at the caravan parks. Quite a lot of people go to a caravan park. Guess what? They might want a gym. How many people think about what you could do on some of these caravan parks? The purple pound, which is for disabilities, whether it's physical or otherwise, that is something like 24% of the population. It might be that you need different signage. It might be different training. What I would say is in the hotel space, um, the disabled customer, whether they've got special needs physically or mentally, by appropriate signage, staff training, potentially modified rooms, that is a huge untapped market, like £15 billion worth of spend. So have you considered the layout of your gym, the signage, the training of your staff, the type of welcome that you might give to your guests that are coming in? These are just kind of some of the things we try to bring in best practice. Because we modify how we work with our customers, we might bring an idea from a hotel, or it could be a museum. But how best can they work? We are getting more and more towards data being an essential part of what you as a business need to know. So, for example, we produced yesterday our May figures, which is the spend level for May. So we're only just into June, and the figures that we had for May, non-essential spend was at 3%, which in itself is pretty good. Entertainment is where the health and fitness industry tends to sit, but we haven't got defined data for those industry codes alone. And that was up 7% spend during May. In January, that entertainment sector was up 20%. Obviously, one of the worst hit returns from COVID. Second only, I think, to bowling alleys, who were, I think, even later than the gyms to reopen. So we realise that this data is essential if you're going to create your marketing in an effective way and how you might deal with your retention levels and churn rate and things like that. So we've seen a big dynamic that we're seeing more and more now. So I work for a large bank. We are just now starting to sign up on our return to office or out of home working practice. That is happening everywhere. So the concept of having multiple and varied membership, home or away, it's still going to be there. We're still going to have this hybrid working. Whatever happens, hybrid working is here to stay. There are some people that are going back to full time working in the office. That isn't necessarily what everybody's doing. But that flexible model of dealing with those demands is quite important. We talked earlier, or I talked earlier about the aging demographic. More and more people want to go. It helps spread the usage of the asset. But guess what? They want certain features. We've got five or so working population, five different age groups in the working population typically. Each one has a different personal preference. Do you understand that? Geography-wise, it's different across the UK. We've seen different spend demographics. The leisure spend is discretionary, and so it has to be flexible about how you offer that particular offer. When it comes to approaching your bank for funding, there is more debt out there now because of the demise of the industry and the way that it's been working. What we're looking for is how do you have sustainable cash flow to service the debt? So it's the usual thing. Any leisure business can borrow money, but how do you repay it? And it's about demonstrating that sustainable cash flow and having the management expertise. I would say that if we're looking at a lending proposition, the management expertise is probably something like 30% weighting as to whether or not that business plan deliver or not. So your management team and your reporting functionality and actually attracting people in and keeping them happy with client feedback and reacting to it positively, we see that hugely across the hotel space. We are seeing some softening around the staycation effect. Travel overseas now is very, very popular. Double-digit growth in the last few months. More people are cutting down on things like eating out. So I think eating out last week was down 6%. Coronation effects for pubs across the UK that weekend of the coronation up 25%. In London, up 50%. No surprises there. But this is the sort of data that you can manipulate. If people are coming in, why not give them some real-time marketing about pop into the gym whilst you're doing something else? A slightly bizarre example would be Stratford Shopping Centre. They have a casino there, and that was, still is to an extent, lots of people that went shopping use the casino. Not many people would make that comparison with regard to what goes into that shopping centre. So it is connected. There is great interconnectivity between the leisure operators and the hospitality side. And understanding that and trying to harness that opportunity is something that we recommend. I think that knowledge of your clients is key. Another example would be the use of outdoor space. And in fitness, obviously, there has been more development through COVID with park runs, that type of thing. In the pub industry, a lot of space that was outside of a pub has now been harnessed with outdoor eating and drinking areas. They are now weatherproof. The seasons are changing. Again, it's another thing that we would expect to see in a business plan. And it's just understanding, really, or trying to predict larger groups, family trips, the family days and family usage of a gym, or even family usage of a caravan park or centre parks or Butlins, that type of thing. They've all adjusted. So through school holidays, they adjust for preschool toddlers versus what would have been an adult only weekend, that type of thing. So again, with the gyms and the product range that you're offering, at the premium end, we are seeing more and more people are prepared to pay for something a bit different, something bespoke. So when we're looking at budgets, we want to understand the logic as to how you've come up with that tariff or what it is that you're offering that's slightly different. On the budget end, we want to make sure that you've got the ability to recruit and to try and retain staff. Obviously, churn is very expensive. Staffing has been a huge problem, and wage rises, power increases. There's quite a lot of headwinds, really, in terms of how the business operates. Operational costs have been set. So what we are seeing is much more just in time, whether it's staffing or whether it's provision of food. But certainly being adaptable and actually able to work and react to what your business situation is. And there may be some seasonal elements, again, we'd like to look at because you can talk to your bank as a partner, and if you've got open relationship, then it means that when things track down, we can work together. In the sort of 90s, 80s, 90s, when there were recessions, particularly where property was involved, it was more a case of actually getting out of the relationship. Now I can genuinely say it's very rare that we would get out of a relationship because we have to work through it. So it isn't sunny weather all the time. We understand that. And if you've got a partnership approach with your funders or leasers, whoever it is, landlords, what we did see through a recession was there was this real can-do attitude, and people were working together. And because it wasn't kind of adversarial, people actually did give some slack and allow time to reset. So, in terms of good practice there, I think that's something that we would recommend as well. Um, we can't ignore the fact that the UK is a very central location for tourism. And people do see the UK as a bit of a centre of expertise when it comes to things like health and fitness. We do see a lot of people coming into the country, and obviously the workforce coming to try and work in this country. So, in terms of how you might think about your business, also think about that tourist market, link that you can do with hotels. We see quite a lot of partnerships where they might work with local tourist centres because it's not everybody that go on holiday and wants to go around their training regime, for example. So the other side, I suppose, would be on the medical side. One of our customers is the FA, and they have their St George's Park training ground. I mean, that training centre is absolutely revolutionary. They've got an anti-gravity machine to help repair damaged tissue, that type of thing. But the science that we see more and more now is all linked into this kind of holistic wellness and well-being stuff. So the other thing I just was going to briefly talk about was ESG. So in terms of the environment and social governance, it is absolutely crucial that your business thinks about your strategy. If you haven't got someone that's responsible for your sustainability agenda, you absolutely should have. More and more people are looking to see commentary in annual accounts, advertisements, statements, things that you're doing. It isn't just changing the light bulbs or having ground heat recovery. It's more to do with your strategy and where you want to get to. So, I mean, we Barclays will be coming out of certain industries, like the coal industry, by 2035. It's a public statement. So we have what we are doing as a bank, and we would not want to be involved in a business that has just not got a sustainability strategy at all. What I would say is in the leisure sector, it's evolving. It's not there yet. So have a think about that. The other side is on the social side. So lots of employers are thinking about staff wellness and well-being, and that could be that they give a corporate deal to become a member of a gym. It could be some sort of relaxation or other classes. This market is absolutely opening up because not your industry necessarily, but the industries that are elsewhere, they are putting out policies to try and encourage this social side of their sustainability strategy. So I think therein lies another opportunity as well, just something for you to think about in the round, I suppose, more than anything else. Um, and on the governance side, obviously, we've got lots of regulation around what we're doing, and that safety side of it can't be ignored. But what we are doing now is we're going in and we're auditing with the client, asking them. We've got a whole list of questions around. Have you thought about are you doing this? And we're sharing good ideas from other industries as well. So if you're not yet talking about ESG, I just encourage you to think about that because if you don't adopt it, you do so at your peril. I would imagine it. So really, just a few thoughts around how you would approach your business plan and some of the things we're seeing across the industry. The industry is really coming up nicely. I think paid for fitness, according to PW, was the second priority, highest priority for personal preference post COVID. Vehicles actually was number one. Paid for fitness was number two. So what I'm really saying is that through COVID, personal agendas have shifted wellness, fitness right up to the top of their preferencing. It's a bit like people saying they won't go out for a meal because they're saving for their summer holiday. It's the same thing. They will prioritise gym membership and health, not just for physical but for mental fitness as well. That mental health has become such a big issue now. I was talking to one of our younger people in the office this morning, and she's French, and she said she goes to the gym 4 times a week, not for fitness, because for her it helps her mental well-being. Just something to think about on the softer side. So I think at that point, I'll stop my high-level holistic view, and if there's any questions, happy to take questions. Otherwise, I'm going to hand back to Nick.
Thanks, Mike. Question from me. Um, you talked about kind of like the process that is definitely coming in from Barclays. What is that gestation period? What's the timeline really from start to finish
On the ESG side.
on both funding opportunities for startup or even the ESG?
Well, it can be at whatever speed you want. I mean, we used to say that we could do a deal quicker than you could get it documented. I'm not quite do that now with the regulations that sit around us. But I would say that when it comes to your business planning and finessing all of it, putting ESG in the business plan, I would just, unless you're a complete startup, just keep advancing your thinking around it. I mean, what we do is we will look at what we call an annual review, and then if there's a new request coming in, we'll look at that with, say, a 2 month lead time. The devil's in the detail. It's not just about the side. Operationally, have you got the most efficient system to pay and receive? You think about uh, using bracelets or something else that encourages that secondary spend. How easy can you make it for the guest, the customer experience? So it isn't just about debt. It's about a big piece of what we do is managing the payment flow, cards, bracelets, or even pushing information. Today's special offer. Don't walk by here because we've got this for you. So it's just using IT as much as integrating it into bank systems.
So digital's a tool, not the end. I like it. Any questions from the floor for Mike?
Hi there, it's Terry from HCM magazine. I'd be interested to hear how your investments in this sector are faring since the beginning of the pandemic. Are you able to give us insights into their performance?
Yeah, so on a no names basis as a sector, it's struggled, and everybody's had to kind of redraw the way that they operate. There was a long that nobody could ever foresee. We have got a few customers that will be in our turnaround teams, but we don't have any internal ones that I know of. The three or so PLCs that are on all public information, they're all trading, they're at different ends of the market. The paper that they put out the other day was talking about the pinched middle, so the low cost and the high end kind of had a defined market definition of their strategy. It's the same with the restaurants and hotels. That four-star middle sector, it's about getting your pitch right and actually trying to focus on the area that's going to work because you can't do all of it. So it's about having a clear focus. The low cost is easy, premium is easy relatively in terms of your market definition. There's been a lot of money raised within the industry, particularly on the public side, where they've kind of positioned healing themselves, that type of thing. But we've also lent in because the government have been very squarely behind the leisure sector. They see it as a very important multiplier effect because the supply into the industry, it's the fourth largest industry, I think, in the UK. But that multiplier effect, the government recognise it does stimulate the economy and the feel-good factor that it creates, leisure and hospitality, being why they've been so supportive during COVID, unwind situation, trying to get everybody back to a regularised position. What did, yeah, well, those comments were broadly around the health and fitness side. So when I was talking about the few casualties and the three PLCs, I was talking about health and fitness. So those comments are pertaining to that.
Any other questions from the floor? Anybody? No? Ooh, you are a silent lot. Yeah, all right, Mike. Mike, big round of applause for Mike Saul from Bradford. So while we just bring Andy up, Andy elect to move. One thank you I will do. I'm basically going to thank you through the day, okay, rather than all in one go. The first thank you for the day is Red Bull. No, no, is Ellie in the room? Is she there? Is she over there? Ellie, come on, quickly. Don't hide. So Ellie and the Red Bull team have been huge supporters of this event. They've gone over and above everything that we asked, and I have to say it's a pleasure to work with them. So a massive round of applause to Red Bull and Ellie's team. Yeah, thank you. If the lunch is bad, it's not my fault. Oh, right, you throw it back now. Okay, so I'm just going to get you on slides then. Yeah. I'll start it. So Andy's going to give you about 35, 40 minutes, and with Q&A, yeah, get involved. This is exciting stuff. That's a build-up, isn't it? That's a build-up.
Thanks. Anybody think it looks a bit like Peter Kay? Hello, Chris.
Not the first time. Not the first time.
No, any jokes. Yeah, hello. Delighted to be here. Last time I was in a place like this in London, I was about 17 years old, playing in a punk club called Skunks to a load of skinheads and punks. Fantastic acoustics. Hopefully, this you'll be a bit nicer than that particular audience that I played to then. I was a drummer in a punk band, if you want to know. How we doing? Right, so. Yeah, Nick was very kind earlier to say that the 15 points of my manifesto were all my own words. They certainly weren't. And I'll explain a little bit about GM Active, who I have the pleasure of chairing, which is a combination of some very good operators up in Greater Manchester. That I tend to just pinch all their ideas, to be honest, and pull them out as my own. But yeah, delighted and pretty honoured to be here actually, because it's nice to be asked, isn't it? A bit special, but you're VIPs, so it's nice to be asked. Even nicer to be given a bit of time to speak to you and hopefully provoke a little bit of reaction from you. That's what we try to do, not just be all nice. So hopefully we can do that. Yeah. So as Nick said, this came about through a post on LinkedIn, but the background to that, to be honest, was I was talking to Alice John, who many of you will know, who now works for Deloitte, and she works for their sports division. And she was putting a tender together to tender, I think, for a Sports England contract at the time, which was all about the future of our sector. And I've known Alice for years, and she just rang me and said, "Can I have a chat?" So we were chatting away about really the rather sort of, again, designed to sort of simulate how do you fix a problem like unsustainable leisure centres discussed. And I'm not standing here saying that I've got all the answers, by the way. But I think it's time we really genuinely did debate what that means and what could happen. And that was the background to me making a few notes. So basically, they're all Alice's ideas, to be honest with you. And then put them on LinkedIn. And the reaction was amazing, really. Not least I've ended up here talking to you guys about it. But 25,000 views later, or whatever it was, and lots of different phone calls. And it seemed to hit a bit of a nerve. So crack on, let's see what we can do. And I will explain that it also led to a call back from DCMS people who were doing this sort of review of the leisure sector. And this is predominantly public sector I'm talking about, but not exclusively. You'll see what I mean when I come on to it. So basically, the DCMS had been up to Greater Manchester, and I'll explain why shortly. I'll give you a little bit of background to GM Active before we get on to the 15 points. And they've been up because we've been doing quite a bit of stuff on really what we now call, and I think people are a bit sick of hearing about it, the pivot to active wellbeing and how we as leisure people can actually work with health. And they've been up to discuss with us, and I'll explain a bit more why. And hence the post really to say the DCMS then made a phone call after this 15-point point was put up. And the number one was take us out of the DCMS and put us in health, please. So I'll come on to that shortly. But why unsustainable? And I'm not sure you can all see this, but just in case anybody's in any doubt that we need to change, and this is, again, particularly public sector leisure, what I've just put on there is very easy to find, lots and lots of, unfortunately, bad news about leisure centres closing. And the result of this is lots of people are losing their jobs. And unfortunately, we are pretty sure we haven't even seen the start of this yet. So as local authorities in particular are strapped for cash. And despite best efforts, there's not a lot of support coming from national government. And we've got to ask ourselves why, whether that's through COVID or now with the energy crisis. We do know the issues that have caused us to feel this pain, but it's real and genuine. And I guess, when you look at some very good friends of mine who've recently lost jobs and things, and and children are losing their places to swim. It's time, surely. We've got to go and say we cannot keep doing the same old things and expect um, us to carry on. I've even had a discussion about, so why does it matter? Let the market decide, let the commercial operators come in. And these are some of the questions that the DCMS come up and said, does it matter? Does it matter that leisure centres are closing? And the question that bores my whatever is, well, there's plenty of gyms, plenty of low-cost gyms, which says they do not understand what a decent leisure centre does. They do not understand it. And whose fault is that? Ours. Our proposition is weak. We have to face up to the facts. Yeah? Anybody disagree? Oh, go on. Okay, so you've even got, particularly in the north, you've even got people building private gyms as well, private swimming pools as well, because that's the lucrative bit, to offer swimming lessons to kids. So, we've got to be real about this as the existential threat to local authority leisure. So does it really matter? Well, yeah, I think it does. I think it absolutely does, and we'll come on to why in a minute. So the DCMS are asking these questions as well. Local authorities are asking them, local politicians are asking them. So, we really do need to step up and actually fight for our corner and why this is important. And I think it boils down to one thing. What's our purpose? Why should we exist as public sector leisure, or even as a sector as a whole? What are we all about, really? Is it just about commercial money making? There's nothing wrong with that. We've got to be sustainable, as I'll come on to. But what is it we're trying to do? And we're not alone in having this discussion. To be honest, I'm a bit sick of it because there's been so many reports that have said we need to do something different. Whether it's UK Active, Sport England, the LGA, CLOA, everybody says we need to do something different. But what are we doing different? We're all talking about it, trying to find some answers. So in a really sort of cheeky, cocky way, this is a little bit about trying to say, can we move on a little bit? Can we actually discover what's going on out there that's really good and actually some sort of bits of hope on there? So let's see if we can give you a bit of background. So GM Active, very quickly, if you want to know more, come to Elevate next week and we'll point you to tears about what GM Active is and go on from there. But so I think it's important for just a little bit of the background here. So GM Active is a collaboration of 12 operators, all operating public sector leisure, about 100 facilities, 3,500 staff across Greater Manchester. And we came together as a result of devolution 6-7 years ago, something like that. And basically, there was a load of money that the government decided to devolve to do with health into Greater Manchester. And a few of us sat around, Mark Tweedy, some of you may know, most of all, and said, look, there must be an opportunity for us here to work better with health. That was our initial thoughts. And it was quite a selfish, there must be some money, let's get involved and get organised. We then went through some iterations of looking at, can we sort of procure some safety things together or something, and gone on from there. And then generally through the pandemic, it really became apparent that we needed to go back to what we initially formed for, which was about working with health. And we had some success in that, but we need to do more. So that's how we decided to get together. We then produced, I know you can't see it very well, but we produced some strategic aims. And the number one, and the most pertinent one, is encourage active lives for all, help to reduce health inequalities in Greater Manchester. And that's through collaboration. We're talking about carbon and our sustainability as well. But the main thrust of this was working with health. And we've managed to have some success on that, to be honest, and to the point where we've actually managed to attract some funding, joint funding, from the 10 local authorities across GM. Not a lot, a little bit from each of the 10, but it's important that all 10 were in. And that was matched by Sport England. And we're now working on what we can say a moment to pivot, or pivot to active wellbeing, which is working with Salford University, looking at all the different health programs that we already do across Greater Manchester to alleviate long-term health conditions, whether it's on prevention or in a clinical responsive way, reactive way. We're also looking at how we can work together more effectively and collaborate, how we can be more efficient, but also how we can adapt our workforce to actually be able to get the commitment from health to work with us and commission us in more ways. And the best example I can say of that, and again, some of you will know about this, is this little thing here, the HSJ Awards, was the prehab for cancer. If you don't know about this, it's a quite an amazing thing. It's an award that was won. We won two actually from HSJ, which is a health award, it's not a leisure or fitness industry award. And it's to do with the fact that the people that come on our programme across Greater Manchester, paid for by GM Cancer, were commissioned to the tune of £500,000 plus now a year. And it's certain 3 different cancer types. People come and they actually get fit before they have surgery and begin their treatment for cancer. And they actually hospital bed quicker. So there's a tangible return for the NHS there. And they actually make a much better recovery as patients as well. So we started off with 1,000 patients being commissioned, and now there's a desire from GM Cancer and the GM Health and Social Care Partnership to get up to 20,000. So that's already won this national award, which is the best programme and partnership with the NHS last year. And it's in our sector, guys. It's in our sector. We need to get behind it and we need to build it. And I have to say, one of the things that's been happened very, very recently is Mike Farrar coming into UK Active. I think is a fantastic opportunity for us. We've met with Mike a couple of times, and we're going to work with UK Active to actually take this across the country and expand it into, rather than prehab for cancer, prehab for all, and that's all long-term conditions. And then, so we're looking forward to working with UK Active on that one. And the DCMS visit, just to say, this is why they came up, because we were doing some fantastic things by their admission with prehab. They came up and wanted to know what we're doing about workforce development. One of the things we've done is look at if we want to do things differently and have a new strategy working with health, we need to understand what our workforce needs to look like, and our managers need to become leaders. They need to understand what working with health actually means. How do you go about it? And this is what we call transformational leadership. We designed with great help from FutureFit. And Mr. Oxley, John Oxley, delivers this program. We've now had, I think it's 40, and we're on cohorts 3 and 4 going through. So all of our leisure managers are being transformed into health and wellbeing managers and leaders, more to the point. It's how we office call them managers now. But understanding what that means and practically looking at things like, does a room need to be full of kit just to generate some income, and or can we actually use that room to work with the community in better ways? You need to understand the community, you need to understand who you need to talk to and who to actually track down to do that. And some of the results, well, we'll tell you a bit more next week at Elevate, if you like, in a bit more detail, but some of the results are fantastic. But we are strong believers in the workforce needs to change if you're trying to achieve different things. You can't expect a leisure workforce to all of a sudden become health and wellbeing or wellness people. You have to look at the workforce development side of things. And the good news on that is CIMSPA agree. CIMSPA are working with us and others now to look at the LSIP funding, the Local Skills Improvement Project. So there's funding out there. And actually, we should be very confident that if we can put this proposition together, there will be funding for a lot of the things we're talking about to transform where we are to where we want to go. So, no further ado. You'll be able to see these, so I'll try and read them out. And I've grouped them together a little bit. How are we doing for time? Not bad. So as I said earlier, the first one is the take us out of DCMS and put us in health. I think that's what got the DCMS to call me up and say, what are you on about? So we had a good chat about that. And it's an interesting one, actually, because since then, you've had the Kim Ledbetter report, the Labour MP. And I've come back to the Labour Party and how we should be gearing up. Hopefully it's going to happen next year. No politics in the room, please, but there you go. I think it's a great opportunity. Why do I think it should change? I still do. The DCM tried to convince me it didn't need to change for us to achieve what we want to achieve. And Kim Ledbetter, in her report, says really it's a cross-departmental approach that she's advocating. That's fine, take that. So everything would be viewed through a health lens in all policies in government. But if we're really serious, I think, why would we be in the culture, media and sport box if we're talking about health? So I'm not persuaded. So I'm still sort of pushing that one for what it's worth. I've already mentioned UK Active as well. I think Mike has given us the leadership, which I think we've long, and Hugh and the guys, long needed. And I think we need to be very clear on this proposition, but I'll maybe come back to that. Just on the train down here today, as an example, you can always pick up the Guardian normally every single day, and you'll see examples of opportunities for us. And two today in the Guardian today. There's a new obesity drug, I forget what it's called. And I guess we could think, well, that's anti what we're all about. Read the article, and they're saying that the NHS are thinking, how on earth do we actually get this out at scale? And they're saying busy GPs might be the answer. But they don't even think of us. We've got in GM, we've got 3,500 staff, the army ready and waiting to help on things like that. We need to train them a bit. That's all right, we can do that. Why on earth are they not thinking of us? So that's why we need to come on to something else in a minute. And another one, walking and yoga can cut the risk of cancer returning. Another article, 3 separate articles and evidence in The Guardian today saying that walking and yoga is great for you if you've got cancer. Come on, opportunities galore, and we're just not great, guys. Oh. Point 2. Yeah, sorry, not slide 2. Point 2. Sign a partnership agreement between the NHS and Sport England on behalf of the sector and invite operators to sign up to a pledge that commits them to standards of delivery, private and public. This is all about consensus and standards. There's 2 things in there, really. We can't just talk a good game. I keep saying that. We've actually got to do something. So action is required both for credibility and for investment from a number of different things. And again, I'll come on to that. So again, upskilling your staff, upskilling in leadership training, invested in community engagement. As the race to the bottom has gone on with public sector, I know because I've done them, we've made all our outreach staff redundant because it's all about running those buildings and nobody's really cared, nobody's really noticed apart from the people in the communities who are no longer getting those services that they used to get. Yeah, so we need to find a way around that, and I'll come on to that shortly. But maybe it's things like, don't just say it, you have to commit to things like community wellness programs. You have to commit to things like children and young people's mental health programs, menopause cafes, men's wellness programs, sexual health clinics, diabetes prevention, health checks. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. Why don't we have some standards that says, right, here's our standards, here's the training, let's do this, let's tell the world we're going to do it, and then we might get commissioned and people might look to us as being a part of the solution. Points 3 and 4, audit built facilities and consider schools and community-based provision. There's too many old and knackered centres remain, and they remain because some local politician doesn't want them to close in their ward. We've got to be realistic, we can't sustain them all. They're starting to happen to close, but not in a strategic plan way, just because they go, well, we can't afford to do it in Tameside anymore, so we'll close that centre, and never mind the people who perhaps were using it. So again, with no strategic options, so we need to get real about that and be proactive in our approach. So that would be something. The DCMS actually, I think, are going to do this. That was my understanding from the discussion. We're doing it in GM as well, separately. And we must work with health colleagues to identify shared provision. There's some great examples. Again, Tameside, Warrington, Orford Park, Great Sankey, Crewe. There's some great examples of where things are being built alongside NHS colleagues and health colleagues. And actually, they're saving money. They're able to close things because they can use our buildings. And we're going, great, we're getting a rental coming in from this. And it's creating these wellness and wellbeing hubs. We need a plan, though. Again, we're working in GM about what this looks like. We're working with SLC, Duncan Wood-Arm and his team, about what the blueprint might be to create these new programs. And I know there's other people doing exactly the same. I'll come on to that again at the end. And it's not all about facilities either. If a facility is unaffordable, there are other ways of doing things. And also, we need to be coming on to the private sector, which I'll come on to now. Interesting. 1 second. Okay. Disappeared. Okay. So, The private sector, there's two here, the pension funds and the private sector. Again, there's some great models in Europe in particular about where the private sector has worked with local authorities, a land deal's been done, private sector builds what looks like a massive leisure centre and treats it in a very similar way. I think the time of us having this spat between the private and public needs to change. Because of the economics, it just doesn't work. There's not enough money in the public sector system to make this work as it stands. And even if there was, I think there's so many comparables between the two that we really need to be thinking how this can happen. The pension fund investment has been something that's been around for a very long time, to be honest, back to Steve Ward's time at UK Active. And I don't know enough about that, but there's people in the room, quite possibly, Mike, who might know a little bit more about that and how we can get some investment from the private sector side in that way. I think one thing that we're very keen to do in GM as well, I've talked about the pre-op for cancer side of things, all of the money for that currently comes directly from GM Cancer, from health budgets. It's concurrent, so we've managed to win the argument that it's going to happen every year. That's great. It's going to expand. But why on earth can't we get, we're in Red Bull's great facility today. We've heard from Mike from Barclays. Why can't we leverage in private sector investment? I mean, we're not very good at it, are we, to be honest? And yet, why? Is it because the proposition is not strong enough? I don't think so. Who wouldn't want to be associated with improving their population health and working with children and young people, etc.? So I think we need to do far better on that. So again, it's about getting this proposition right, leveraging money, invite people to support what we're trying to achieve, which is improve the health of the nation. Number 9, procure long-term contracts. One of the things, the race to the bottom, I mentioned it earlier. You can go on and on and on about the race to the bottom and the effect of stripping out anything that doesn't actually make direct cash. We end up being almost a private operator selling swimming lessons and gym memberships if we're not very, very careful. It happens all over the place. So again, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with making a profit. I spent my whole career trying to make more money than the next person and done quite well. But actually, where does that money go? Where does the investment go? And how does that play alongside this health proposition that we're talking about? We need to be clear on that, absolutely clear. And I think that regardless of whatever we look at it, a 10-year contract means that there's a flush of investment to start with. Then you sweat those assets and then you try not to spend any money as we come to the end of a contract. True, isn't it? And there's no long-term investment. And actually, the local authority is often very happy, actually, with their operator and what they're achieving, and would love to take a longer-term view, but they can't because the procurement regulations are against them, or they appear to be. Now, again, I can tell you more about this. In Rochdale, we managed to work with the council who did want to extend our contract. On the face of it, they couldn't, but they found a way. I won't bore you with it now, but there is a way. So I think, again, we need to be clear what we're trying to achieve. And if it's about long-term health, then we should really parallel that with long-term contracts and investment with break clauses and, as I say, the commitments to work on health. The carbon, is interesting here to Mike, I think is essential, is interesting with the carbon reduction plan, the public sector decarbonisation plan, that in GM, only about 40-something% of the centres actually even applied to get any money, or the local authorities only applied, which seems crazy. So we're now going to go direct to any other pots of money that comes out and not sort of wait for the local authority, but often that's the way it's channeled. But it's a no-brainer, isn't it, to invest in longer term. If the Fields facility has got a longevity attached to it, then they should be absolutely as carbon neutral as they possibly can be. And again, we shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel on this. We should just all know what does it, rather than all trying to experiment. So a bit of a no-brainer, really, that one. Social prescribing, integrated neighbourhood teams, etc., to a common plan locally. This is something that we're always struggling against, to get things joined up. Now, the opportunity here is the integrated care boards and partnerships that exist. We think that's the opportunity. It's not the first time we've heard health getting together saying we want people to come and work with us. But that's the opportunity to do that. And I think what we do need to know, and this is something that John Oxley, when he takes our managers through the leadership program, is get them to map out the current system, what already exists out there, because there's loads of people doing loads of things in our space, if you like, particularly the community, that often leisure centre managers, as we know and love them, are blissfully unaware of. And we need to be working with the voluntary sector, we need to be working with social prescribing, people with the integrated neighbourhood teams. They are called often very many different things, but when you go through the transformational leadership programme, your job, your task is to go off and find out what they are, and then you start to make contacts. And some of the work has been tremendous. Best practice. One of the things we're doing with Salford University up in GM is they're looking at all the programs we currently do. They're looking at all the long-term conditions down one side of a graph and all of the 10 authorities and going, right, who's doing what on each of these long-term conditions and what's the evaluation for them? Can we strengthen that evaluation? Can we then put something together to help and say, right, what long-term condition are you looking to work with physical activity? This already exists. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Wouldn't it be good if we could get a whole thing done like that for the whole across the nation? All the best things that are going on. And on that, one thing that we were looking to start is a national podcast, actually, and an event to bring together people who are working in this space and to identify and shine a spotlight on things that are going well now, where, if you like, leisure operators are working well with health and social care. So if that's some of you in the room, I'm sure it is, really love to know what that's like, and then we can come and find out a bit more and start to audit and capture this good work. Ooh. Oh, that old one. Thanks, Nick. Right, I'm trying to leave some time for some questions here. Getting to the end of it, I think I've told you about Pre-Ad for Cancer. Why on earth is that not scaled up and rolled out across the country? I think there's a lot of plans to do that, and I'm saying Mike and the UK guys can help us do exactly that. So hopefully that'll work and it'll help the NHS. And the last one, I'll round up and get some questions in. The last one is the local communities. Again, some of the things that has been talked about, probably know about Sport England local pilots. Lots of money was spent and is being spent by Sport England in pilot programs over the last 4 years. And they get scoffed at quite a bit, to be honest, particularly by leisure operators. And there's some justification for that. So a lot of money's gone into it. But one thing that definitely has come out of the local pilots is the way to engage with the community and actually work with people who used to be called the hard to reach. We don't call them that anymore because we've got to just make an effort. They're not that hard, just have to make an effort. And they've done that. There's some great learnings about that. And from my point of view, used to run a cultural trust with arts and whatnot. They've been doing community engagement so much better than us for many years. We used to think just putting a meet the manager on once every 6 months was engaging with the community. Well, it's not. It really, really isn't. And if you can engage with community leaders, then you can tap into, from a commercial angle, many, many more members and customers of your facility as well. So it's the right thing to do, but it's also good business. So that was the 15. There are more. I could talk to you about digital and all, W3 and open data and everything else. Not because I'm an expert, but I just think there's a massive opportunity there. So that's me. Any questions?
Questions? Come on, there's got to be. Oh, there we go. Mr. Stalker.
Hi, Andy. Thanks very much. And it's fantastic what GM have been doing. And you go on about the move from DCMS to Department of Health. We were with Department of Health. We were with Department of Health with Andy Burnham. We were with Department of Health with Andrew Lansley. And then we should really, in my view, be with both. But we're going to have a battle against the pharmaceutical industry. There's, 8 billion, I think they spend worldwide on lobbying. It's kind of bigger than our industry. That's lobbying. So I get frustrated, not by what you're saying, because I agree with everything you're saying, apart from the next level government, but we can talk about that separately. The bit want to know your view is we've now got Mike Farrer heading up UK Active, a very active team. When does it actually happen? What is the call to go? You're doing it in your region. This is about gathering loads and loads of information, putting it in a central point, taking it to the Department of Health because it's a proper message, and getting it through at a proper level. But you're doing it locally. Others, you're doing it really well. Others are doing it locally. We say it every time. I think that we need to get behind the trade association and say, come on, get us on that platform, and here's our data to prove what we're doing. And I think we have this discussion, and I would hazard a guess that you and a couple of others are providing that data. So my call out to people here is they're listening to this, or probably have data which is useful to learn messages. Get in touch with UK Active. Give them the information and make them do it. So it's more of a statement of I sit here going, gosh, this is frustrating. Gosh, this has been said for a long time. And everyone listening intently to you. And what I'm saying, listen to Andy, take the action, bloody do it, for God's sake. Let UK Active know and maybe they can do something.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. And just to come back, I think there's a number of things. Yeah, I think we're all a bit fed up with talk and reports, as I said, and not enough action. So I think we do need to. I think the heartening thing for me is Mike saying that if it was a Labour government in now and a Tory government, I'd be saying, look, if this is the positioning that we need to take, given everything that's likely to happen, we've got to play both sides as ever. But there's an opportunity there, I think, when you've got the Kim Ledbetter report and things like that. The timing now is to get our ducks in a row and be part of the manifesto when the general election comes. I do think there's an opportunity that we just need to take and joking apart, take the politics out of it. But there's an opportunity to actually work the politics, but not be too fussed about what colour it is and things like that. I think on the data side, it's essential. And again, Mike Farrar, sort of David here, Mike Farrar said something that's a bit dense sometimes. He said, you know what? He said the NHS would incredibly value our data if only we could put it forward in such a way that meant something to them. And I thought, yeah, I've all spent my life trying to figure out how we actually comply with the NHS demands for data, with privacy and whatnot. But yeah, I think our data is very relevant to today, isn't it, obviously? But I think our data, it's about time we got our act together on that as well, isn't it? And again, Dave Monkhouse and stuff are doing some good work, and the guys here are doing some good work. We just need to work. We've got to collaborate. One of the things that we do in GM, please don't think that we're great in GM, but we've been doing it for a little while, and we know some of the duration effects, trying to collaborate effectively, and there are many. But actually, we can present things as a GM. The pre-ad for cancer just wouldn't have happened with GM Cancer. They insisted it was across Greater Manchester. It's all or nothing, guys. It was what they told us. We were like, Christ, this is going to be a nightmare. We managed to do it. And the data they wanted was across GM, otherwise it just didn't work. So, yeah, I think there's enough examples, but we don't know where they are. I get to hear about Oren, doing some stuff down south and whatever. We need to audit, and you guys will know better. We need to pull this together and say who's doing some really, really good stuff in this space that we can learn together and genuinely put it together. And I think the leadership that we've been lacking since your time, Dave, is now here with Mike, to be honest.
Brilliant. One from me. Does ego get in the way?
Yeah,
That was a provocative move.
Yeah, does ego get in the way? Yeah, it absolutely does. And if you're going to collaborate, there's good studies on how you collaborate effectively. And one thing you got to do is we say leave it back. This is a GM moving thing. You may have noticed on the slides. I chose to have a backdrop of GM moving. GM moving is not GM active, but GM moving is the movement across Greater Manchester that's led by Hayley Lever, who is the active partnership chief executive, right? So not us. We see ourselves as being part of that. Now, before, in times gone by, Greater Sport, which is the active partnership, and GM Active bumped heads because we're all trying to go, well, whose turf is it? Who's doing what here? So again, one of the things we'll talk about next week is like, you have to have this partnership and understanding of who's doing what here. And in effect, for us, it's a case of leave your badges at the door, go in, focus on what you're trying to achieve, improving population health, and who's ever best to get you through into whatever door you want and whoever you want to speak to, let them do it and let them represent you as a whole, not just their sector or their elements of the group. So, yeah, ego is just, and the trouble is in our sector as well, we're all normally from a sort of competitive sporting background, not always. So we've got a bit of a problem with ego, to be honest. So we do need to be self-aware of that. So it's a great question.
Hi there, Liz Terry from HCM. Interested in Dave's comment about being part of the Department for Health. One of the things the pandemic really showed to me was that the government just doesn't understand our sector at all, don't have a clue. And at the beginning, you said that was partly our fault, and I think that is maybe true to an extent, but they have all the responsibility as well to support businesses. One of the best ways for us to really get their attention is to prove the economic argument for what we do, because money talks. And if we could show that a healthy workforce is more productive, for example, Mike Farrer talks about how they have an absenteeism problem with the NHS, it costs them 4 billion a year. If we can start putting some numbers to this kind of thing, do you think there's also an argument for us being linked to the Department for Business as well as health? And would that help the sector?
Yeah, thanks, Liz. I can't disagree with any of that. I think the failure, if you like, from our point of view, is tangible. You know, we didn't get the support that we all wanted. We got treated alongside pubs and all the rest of it. So, you know, confront the brutal facts. That's how we're seen. So I think you can't. To me, we have to take responsibility and say, so why is that? And I think when it comes down to it, again, some of the discussions with DCMS guys, because we are a trading entity and we are seen as gyms predominantly, then that's what they're seen as like, well, you can generate your own income. It's not up to you to sort it out. And there's an element of truth in that. And some of the pandemic results that have come back in terms of, you know, recovery from the pandemic has been pretty good, but still not quite there. And the energy company and that sort of caused us where we are now. So I think the biggest thing with Proud for Cancer, to be honest, as go back to that as an example, is the return on investment that gives the NHS. So it's a no-brainer for the NHS, GM Cancer, and others to say, we just need to roll this out. It just works for everybody. So that's quite, in some ways, quite easy because there's a tangible return on the beds. Prevention is a lot harder. It just is. But then you've got things, again, as Mike's saying, about the staffing issues, and you can start to put some numbers on that. So I think that's our proposition. We need to be clear on what our proposition is to address some of those challenges for the nation and actually put some outcomes on it that will say, if we do this, we'll do that. This will be the result for you as a sector. Otherwise, we're just going to keep going in circles, and the next big crisis will be treated exactly the same as we have in the last two. Yeah, so the Kim Ledbetter approach is exactly that, isn't it? It's like, look, this needs to be put across all the departments across the government. And again, you can't disagree with that. I would just personally still like it to be health and then a lens that goes into the other departments, because that to me is where our purpose is. But again, there's a good argument either way, to be honest. At the moment, though, I think DCMS haven't quite done it for us. And I don't see it. If I was starting from scratch personally, and I'm no expert in this, I just wouldn't put us in there, in that box. I'd put us in health and say, now work with the others.
Sorry, Andy, question over here. Hi, morning, Andy. Lisa Forsyth from Max Associates. So we're a consultancy that works across mostly local authorities. I'm really interested in the points you're picking up there with this. But when we go into councils, and going back to your point, what is the purpose of your survey? Answers all over the place. And in between government, you've got local government, which is ultimately who owns the legislators and are predominantly funding. How do we get across that problem?
Yeah, and this is again, we have this all the time from the 10 local authorities who were all paid. Our paid day jobs in GM is to actually deliver for our paymasters in our day jobs in each of the 10 authorities. So anything we do in GM Active is always, well, how does this work in our day jobs, if you like, to bring it back to there? And some of it is efficiencies and working together effectively so that we're not just reinventing it all the time. I think, again, we're very guilty of that everywhere. we all say it's about being nationally supported, regionally enabled, and locally driven. So if we've got, some people say, why do you need a national plan if all the local authorities own the leisure centres? And I think there's a lot of answers to that, which I've sort of touched on, is that you get local decision making, which is just not influenced by anything other than just what we can do on a local level. So anything that's on a regional basis starts to infiltrate and go, oh, okay, what they're doing across the border in Wigan or Tameside or whatever, and we can pull on those examples. The bit that's missing, I think, most often than not, is a hard policy from a national basis that we can actually go, look, we're trying to deliver this. And that's what I say about if there's some national standards that we could say, this is what a decent leisure centre, wellbeing centre, wellness centre should be working. This is what it should look like. We've signed up to deliver that. And that's what, I don't know, one of our authorities, and I say all 10 of them have invested in our pivot to our well-being, all 10. No, normally in GM, you always get one, so I'm not doing it. They want to be special. But they've all invested because they all want the same thing. I don't know one authority, when we tell them, look, this is what we're trying to do, they will go, yes, exactly what we want. Now, we don't know exactly how to do it all the time, but that's what they want us to achieve. So I think helping from a national perspective has to be translated locally, and that's the challenge. It would help us tremendously if there was a national plan that we could buy into.
Liz again.
Sorry, Andy. I was very heartened to hear that the training work you're doing with John Oxley to upskill people as wellness coaches. We struggle as an industry to make great careers for people with prospects and good pay. Are you finding that once they've done this transitional training, you can pay them more? Are they being paid more?
No. I think that's the honest answer. No, they're not. I think it's been such a period of turmoil. Really, it's about. But I think as we go through, if I take the for council again, those guys are paid better. They are better. We're commissioned. They're more aligned to the NHS. They're not exactly there, but they're more closer to the NHS pay scales and things like that. But equally, that's the challenge, I think, for the whole sector, because we've seen a brain drain, to be honest. We have. I'm still here talking, so that says it all. But we have seen, and one of the things generally, we're looking at pre-op cancer going to pre-op for all. So a referral service requires fantastic staff. A lot of the staff have gone. A lot of our level 3s and level 4s have gone. So it is an issue. And we knew this, we started the Geomative College pre-pandemic. And we actually said, look, we need to do something about this to train our staff and generate more income so we can pay them better. So we don't have a great answer for that other than the fact that I think what's happened to the people who've done the leadership program is that it's almost taking it back to many, many years ago when we started, local authority. Why did we all go and work for local authority and not private? It's because you wanted to serve often. You wanted to serve the community that you're working for. And that's what's playing to these guys. I'm not saying that's the sole answer, but the sense of purpose that these guys have got, rather than just how many memberships you sold, how many semesters you sold. There's a real sense of purpose in doing something for their community that often they live in. They don't have to live there, but that type of thing. So it's the beginning of a journey, I think. As we generate more revenue and we work with health, then I think that will come. But it's a big challenge. You're right to ask the question.
Thank you. Hi, Andy. Great presentation there. So, Jeanette, not really a question as such, but more a call to your request for data. So you mentioned Dave Monkhouse, and we're part of the Moving Communities project, and our next survey is about to launch. So if anyone is looking to take part in that, it feels like a bit of a shameless plug, but equally very important given what we're discussing today. So obviously I'm around all day, but I think that's a great way in which we can start to get some great data, which we can then do something with. So thank you.
No problem. And again, in Manchester, we're part of the what's it called? The Moving Communities Plus or something? I don't know. Yeah, that's the premium, whatever. So again, data it's incredibly important, and we really do have to support that, I think. Yeah.
Hi, I'm going to stand up just so you can see who I am. Please come and talk to me. We have that data. We're working with you guys anyway, so we can give John some more resources so that we can move forward a bit quicker. That would be great. A lot of you in this room have already contributed to our data. We have data that legitimises the physical activity sector as the answer to the foundation of well-being. So total well-being, we work across other sectors as well, from the fitness. Essentially, we have that data. I'll have a chat with you as well.
You might just have to announce yourself as well. I mean, you can't block that and not tell us who you are.
Well, hopefully people don't find me. I'm Glenn from Wellonomics. So Wellonomics on
Thanks,
T-shirt,
Glenn.
names on the
Thanks.
badge.
It sounds like these data people need to get together, right? What's the data thing? We need to be talking. We've got to get together. Any more questions for Andy before we break? Just one more over here.
So I'm about to be the idiot in the room. I'm new to this sector. Lara Morgan, I invest in health and wellness. I'm as rare as rocking horse shit because I made my money 15 years ago and I now do what I do with a purpose because I learned enterprise early. I don't understand, and I'm still trying to work out why we have the existence of Sport England and UK Active with a stupid tagline, and because it doesn't actually say that what you're trying to do is through exercise prevent illness. Right? So I don't even think you use the right language as an industry. And I'm sorry if that sounds critical, it's really constructive. What I don't understand also is why you don't get these hooligans into a room, including, and they'll be completely pointless MPs, whichever sector they're from, but you have to include them. And I don't understand why you don't remap it. And I'm sitting here going, you're still talking about talking. So I want to know what you want us to do differently, because I will go. I never see my doctor. But I will go and I will say, why aren't you talking about this? I understand that that's what you want me to do. But what else do you want me to do? Because there's a whole mob of people that allegedly got into this industry. I mean, I even made my money selling soap to hotels. It's completely pointless. Now I'm doing something much better. But what do you want? Because if everyone in here goes and tells 10 people, you start to create a movement. And I think you want to bang heads together. The funding waste, since I commit to what I see, is horrific. But I still think it's talking heads.
Yeah, listen, I don't disagree. I think one of the things that well said. One of the things that we've got to stop doing is talk to each other and to ourselves, to be honest. And that's where I think what I would like, I think I've said, to be honest, I think that's the manifesto for change. And for all of us to say, what are we doing really well in this space? Is this something that we all can sign up to and put a proposition to whoever, the government, to everybody who wants to listen, basically? Because at the moment we're getting forgotten time after time after time, and yet we're all sat here going, we know what physical activity can do and other wellness services. We know what it can do, but we're not winning the argument. So I think by finding data, by finding great examples, we need to put a proposition together. There was a meeting a few years ago, good pre-pandemic, that Community Leisure UK put together. Got a Coca-Cola marketing guru, I can't remember the chap's name. And he said, look, you guys have got the magic pill. You've got all this stuff. You've got to get your proposition sorted, guys, and put something together so people wake up and go, let's work on it and invest in this. And it's never happened. It's never happened, despite all the reports and all the rest of it. So I think we're at the stage saying, I agree with you, Sport England, it jars, doesn't it? So I think I believe that's all being reviewed nationally. Are we in the room though, influencing what's going to come next? And I think that's what I'm talking about. The politics of it, and the general election is an opportunity in time to do something different. So I want us to come together and collaborate effectively. And if we can come up with a pithy proposition that says this is what we want to do, this is what we can do based on evidence, and we want to be allowed to do it. This is what we need from the government.
We could break on the table enable, because otherwise it's just another meeting.
That's an action. Right here, right now. Excellent comments. And I do think, regardless of what we think or what we say, now's today. Let's do it. Okay. So where's Heidi? We can start putting a list together of the people who want to be part of this and start. Yes. Well, Lucy's at the back there. Mate, she's waiting. Do you want a question?
That's happening. Oh, here I am. Sorry, I project. I went to drama school. So it actually is happening at Elevate next week. and the session is going to be kind of chaired, so to speak, by Storks, who's just got outside. Dave Stalker is going to be chairing that session, and it came from the, at the beginning of the year, our UK Active Strategic Partners event, and he claimed that no one wants to invest in leisure, and half the room of leisure operators gasped. And so we decided to create a session where it's not just the brilliant thought leaders that we hear speak all the time, it's the same room having an open place like someone's done today to say what they really feel. And the whole thing is going to be captured with a live illustrator. So it's a 50-minute session, but we have put in the time because we know it's going to go on. But that is an opportunity for not just people in this room, but your those people that are working on the ground to actually say where the future is going, and we're going to redraw the sector. So next week, on the 15th, on the Thursday, and starts at 11:20 in the Thought Leaders Conference at Elevate.
Well done, Lucy. Time for change, yeah? Andy, thank you so much. In true style, it's time to move. You've got 15 minutes to go and stretch, get some fresh air, replenish some water bottles. You have water bottles in your bags. You can fill up, use them, and Red Bull is available around if you need a quick fix. Okay? Unless you're Keith Smith. So how's everyone doing? Refreshed? Bit of fresh air? Yeah, we'll keep this rolling. One action taken already. At the back of the room, there is now a flip chart. That flip chart is for any actions that come up. I want them written down. It doesn't matter who writes them down. Go over, get a pen, write it down, and we take action. Okay? Sick of this talking. Just talk. It's all good. Right, I know there's probably a few still either at toilets or whatever, but we need to get going. I did forget to mention, albeit there's around about 130 in this room, there is live stream as well. We're going around the globe, and I daren't look at that camera because it's right down the lens. I'll leave that to Jenny. She looks down the lens. I'm joking. So, this next kind of 20-25 minutes, it's interactive, it's a Q&A. We talked about education last year. It's fundamental we start moving this dial as well. And this is something that I am truly passionate about from the past, and was way outside of it for too long, and I'm back and I'm going to cause a stir. I'm delighted that Jenny's joined for a little Q&A, and by all means, Kerry will be floating around with the mic. Please get your questions in. This is an important subject, and I think we need to take action on education. And we won't have all the answers today, but it's important that we do start moving this dial. So, Jenny, welcome.
Thank you.
What's the last 12 months been like for Active IQ?
First of all, I was just going to say, excuse my back. I've got to talk to the lens, so just bear with me there. Last 12 months for Active IQ, hectic one. A few things. 4 things I can think of to talk about. I think the key thing is to say that whilst carrying out business as usual and recovering from the pandemic, energy crisis, etc., etc. Active IQ has a new owner. We were previously owned by an American company, so we were acquired by NCFE, which is a larger generic awarding organisation based up in the northeast. So we now have a new parent company. So for the last year, as you can imagine, there was a lot of activity going on around that to get us ready and to get us in the right place, and for us to find the right owner, which I truly believe that we have, because our values and ethos are very well aligned with NCFE. That said, we remain Active IQ and doing what we do best, I hope, in terms of the physical activity sector and the apprenticeships arena. So aside from that, we took a decision really during COVID and post-pandemic to diversify more. We'd been doing some work internationally, and we decided to be a lot more proactive about that. So the last 18 months have seen us doing a lot in the international scene, working with training providers in the Middle East, Far East, and East Africa, North Africa. So lots going on there. Diversification has also led us into a broader realm of apprenticeships, really. We started in the world of active for leisure. It's still our passion and our specialism, but from a point of view of apprenticeships, we knew there were opportunities around doing what we do best around assessment for apprenticeships in different sectors. So we've diversified into a number of occupational areas there. And just to pull on some of the talks from earlier this morning, we also put a lot of work into our ESG strategy, and a couple of my colleagues led on that project and have got some really interesting initiatives coming out of it. Excellent. I mean, we heard from Andy just then, and obviously we got a little bit provocative towards the end of that, which was great. Right? What's the hurdles that you're seeing currently to deliver education at the qualitative level? Yeah, we're going to use that term again, I'm afraid, race to the bottom. I don't think there'll be any surprises there. It's a massively competitive environment in the education world, and particularly within the sector within which we operate. So, as you know, there'll be multiple training providers offering similar qualifications, And the real challenge has been looking at what's happened to that over the last few years. I think this has happened before, many years ago, but was on the up prior to the pandemic. But in the world of cost cutting, in the world of cheap, how fast, how quick can we deliver a qualification or a training course? That's going on all around us. So the challenge for us has been how selective we are, obviously, about who we work with, whilst obviously having to make a living ourselves to fund what we do. But we have to be particularly selective about who we work with. We are trying not to join that race to the bottom when we look at the work of other awarding organisations, and it happens. The cost for qualifications, can be down as low as £15 per level 3 qualification for a training provider to use. And then you've got the costs at training provider level, the costs dropping, and all the good training providers that are out there fighting against that, trying to keep a really good quality delivery model whilst battling against that drop in prices from lower cost providers.
Yeah, I mean, probably me and Craig would go back years when I guess the whole online thing came on and we lost sight of what real learning was about. I mean, and I'm speaking out here, so forget if I get it wrong, but it does feel like we went from real quality to just get it over the line as quick as you can, and then you're out the next day providing a service. That to me is like shit. I couldn't think of a word then. I had to just say it. I had to say it. It's and this is where the passion comes in, right? Passion and purpose, and we have them discussions. If we want to provide a service, we can't just let these cowboys, right? And I think we're pretty good in the UK with our providers, but there are cowboys out there that people are just providing this service, winning over people, and then they're out servicing our populations. That doesn't feel right.
No, but first of all, I'm not going to say it's digital isn't shit, and blended online learning isn't either. You could go to a classroom session that's delivered in the most poor, unengaging, boring way. You can go on an online course that's delivered also in the most boring, unengaging, non-interactive way. So the criminal here isn't digital, it's not online, it's the way it's used. We have to, the world we live in, we have to embrace digital and we have to integrate it. It's how it's used. So if you've got a training provider that's got a digital offering where they're just telling the learner, here you go and do this, work through that, and when you're ready to be assessed, come back. And if you want one meeting with a tutor, you can meet us in Costa Coffee. That's not it. But you get good training providers who are out there who've thought about their instructional design, how they develop the program, how they integrate interactive engagement activity with their learners, practical activity with their learners. So it's not that digital is the criminal, it's how it's used, how it's constructed. I think that we've got to be really, really clear on that. And when you look at some of the things that are coming, particularly in AI, the things that you can use and make great learning experiences out of. And I was at an Association of Employers and Learning Provider event not that long ago, company, Metaverse Learning, how they're using AI in apprenticeships to simulate activities to aid learning, not replacing the practical element, but supporting it and bumping it up, so it can be brilliant.
It's a good answer.
Thank you.
It was better than the question. No, the question was provocative because I think you're absolutely spot on. I think that the whole element of what we see is there's so many tools that it's the how is the so important part. We've kind of brought loads of tools to the market, but we're not engaging how. And that is the crucial thing. Absolutely, I'm seeing some great stuff out there around blended learning. And it can't take away that face-to-face element of just making sure that we're creating great trainers, great people out there who are educated well. We've got to get over this thing of, digital's the way or face-to-face. It's blended. And as long as we embrace that journey, I think that's where we will get great results. It also leads me to one of the elements that I think we struggle with is, and I think it was mentioned by Andy, like level 3, level 4 dropout. CPD doesn't seem to be taking hold.
Sorry.
Seamless. We're back, Keith. Seamless Productions. It's like the golden nuggets again. Where was I? CPD.
Level 4, CPD.
Yeah. So CPD, I just think, again, it's such a crucial part. I think, you know, to develop staff can't just be a one-hit wonder. There's got to be a cultural shift to get people onto CPD, all to the point of mandatory almost. What's your thoughts around that?
I don't think you can make it mandatory. That's my thoughts. I know that there's been aspirations for it to be mandatory, and maybe that's one way of achieving it, getting people to undertake CPD regularly, frequently, in relevant areas. But I just think it has to be self-directed. It's about the people that we bring into the sector, the nature of the people. Going back to what Andy was talking about earlier, are the people coming into the sector those that have a purpose behind it? Do they see the purpose of what we're doing, which is about changing lives through physical activity? We're about changing lives through education and physical activity. They've got to have a purpose. That should drive that person to continue their professional development. And it's not expensive. It doesn't have to be expensive. You can do so much on YouTube that's free. We have a skills hub, and this is not a plug, it's free content that we offer. So it doesn't have to be expensive. So even if the operators can't afford the budget for the CPD, they can signpost the places that people go. They can facilitate the uptake of that CPD through their workforce development programs internally. So I don't think that cost should be the barrier. I really don't think it is with the content that's out there nowadays. But the responsibility, I do think, has to be with the individual. Yes, to an extent, obviously the employers, operators, but you know, for self-employed individuals, it's got to be self-directed. They've got to have a love of learning. They've got to have that lifelong love of learning.
Yeah. Kerry, I'm coming to you in a minute, okay? Soft skills. Do we do enough on the soft skills of customer service and actually engagement and empathy to other people? Do we do enough of that?
So I think with this question, and you know, when we talk about, we've just had these conversations, we've been here, what we're going to do about it now, it applies to this question as well. We don't, and yet there's no reason why that is, bar, I think, the cost element and the race to the bottom. All the information that you would want to impart around soft skills are in occupational standards and qualifications. But when you get the low-cost providers delivering a qualification, what do they do? What do they pay focus and attention on? It's probably more the technical side of it, the anatomy, physiology. It's not so much the soft skills. So it's changing the balance of how training is delivered. What needs to change is the emphasis, and it should be person-centric. It should be on that human experience rather than the technical side. Everybody has always said to me, I'd take anyone who's got great personality, who can empathise with people and who can engage with customers, rather than someone who's got high level of skill and knowledge in terms of technical expertise, knowledge base. So I just think we have to change the emphasis, and that comes down to collaborating in where it's around occupational standards, the balance, the emphasis on the person, how we create the qualifications, how people deliver the qualifications, and then about what operators look for when they're employing individuals.
Excellent. Kerry, any questions from the floor? Anybody want to ask a question? Where are we? Hey, Gary.
Not a question, but maybe an observation. It's just interesting and it's thought-provoking because, firstly, when you say the quality of training and you say it's shit, which, you know, maybe, maybe not, we talk about the digital element and how you could provide the best training in the world. I think there's kind of a blind spot that we're all seeing, because you could have, you know, many people come to do your training, but so many people are emotionally constipated that however good the training is, they're still trying to deal with a back catalogue of trauma and wounds. So they're going through the training, but it's like you said, it comes back to they take somebody who can be empathic, be good customer service, engage, but unfortunately they've got all the training but they just aren't able to get traction and deliver those skill sets. So what are we all really doing to sort of deal with that? I don't know what I'm trying to say. You're trying to get the right applicants to take the right training to deliver the skill set that we all need to do, but there's some things falling short. I've employed hundreds of people and I've seen the academics, you know, I've got professors, scientists, doctors that work with me as partners, and then you get, you know, the kid off the street that's hungry, that really wants to do well, but he keeps tripping up because he's trying to deal with things. So I think we've got to look at that as well, to how do we help people deal with their back catalogue of trauma, because people are triggered so easy these days. So when people are making decisions in a business environment with the best training, they're making a decision based on 200 personalities, and it's at how they feel in that given moment as to how they're going to deal with customers. So as great as training is, how do we look at putting something towards dealing with the emotional well-being side of things?
Yeah, I completely agree. And emotional well-being, resilience, and as you said, finding the right people. I mean, just shifting that slightly, it's how are we attracting individuals into our sector? So, as Andy said, level 3s, level 4s are leaving. We hear all the time that fitness professionals are leaving the sector. They're disillusioned, or the closures during COVID, the cost of living, they can't afford to stay in the sector. And that's a whole different conversation, isn't it, in terms of wages. But if we're able to attract people on the basis of purpose and wanting to work with people and knowing that they've got experiences that will help them work with people, what are we doing? And it's one for the flip chart, I think, to help attract people into our sector. We've spoken at Active IQ to other key stakeholders around what campaigns can we run to get the right people into the sector, but I haven't seen that yet. We've been trying on our own part to run quality campaigns, encouragement to get people to look, this is what you get, this is the value you get from working in this environment. But it takes more than just us. It takes, you know, real collaboration, and hopefully one for the flip chart, some ideas there.
It feels like career fairs and things like that. We're not involved. I don't see us really in that world pushing it, and I think that's maybe another takeaway. We have to create people wanting to be a part of this sector more and more than ever before. Yeah. And almost starting from scratch, blank piece of paper, post-pandemic, start again, what are we looking for, how are we going to get them people, and do it through the right channels. And that's a collective from everybody in this room, I think. You know, you're all out there in your own businesses doing what you need to do, but employment, I mean, we were talking last night, getting the right staff for product manufacturers, understanding where it is, the whole thing is exactly the same. So I do think we have to engage ourselves. So that's one takeaway. Who's writing this down? Anybody? Come on, Sheree.
Thanks. A question from me. So, obviously training is vital. I absolutely agree with that. But essentially it's only knowledge transfer. So is this gap, do you say it was Gary? Yeah. Is potentially the lack of coaching and support from managers or leaders going through this process, that is also a massive issue that we need to address.
Yeah, I mean, it's knowledge transfer and skills development also, but you're right. I mean, I've talked from the perspective of initial training and perhaps people coming into the sector, and that's just the start of the journey, isn't it? It's like learning to drive a car. You get in the car the first time without your instructor next to you, you're terrified, you don't know how to react to all sorts of things. So it's got to be, and then you don't have anyone to mentor you apart from perhaps friends and parents. But yeah, your employer as your mentors, as your coach, and the work that Andy talked about earlier in terms of developing those leaders within the wellness space is absolutely vital, because a qualification, as well as just being the start of the journey, it doesn't have the breadth either that you would all need, and the issues that you face within different environments. So it's got to be led from leaders within organisations, for sure.
Jenny, nice to see you up there. I'm in this little seat down here. Can you see me?
I can.
Maybe start with an observation, but Mike said this morning that there's 5 generations in the workforce, and what we see in this sector, what it really does have to change, is that there's a lack of diversity in the people we're recruiting. And if I'm a lady who's 50, which I actually am this year, or a male who's 60, or anybody along the lifespan, if they're going to come into our centres, they want to see people that look like them, talk like them, and have life experiences like them. And I just genuinely don't think we learn from other sectors. If you look at the Salesforce, who are a global organisation, they have revolutionised the people that they've brought into that sector by doing Salesforce Super Mums, which is an incredible initiative, which I'd love to see someone do something like this in our fitness sector to get people back into a job at certain times in their life chapter where they can really bring those skills that Andy talked about, the empathy, that Julie talks about the coaching, and Gary talks about understanding them from an emotional perspective. So I think we need to do a lot more in terms of who we bring into the sector and how they can relate to our members. And I just want to say something, as someone, I'm based in the Channel Islands, and we already do wellbeing diplomas, wellbeing certs, where we give people a qualification in wellbeing improvement. And I do think my prediction for this sector is we're going to see a wellbeing coach in every single facility within the next 5 years. I really believe that. I think that's where the growth is going to come. But I think what's really, really interesting right now is we put that responsibility to the training provider, and actually that's the start of the journey. And when they come into our clubs, it's dual responsibility. If you want high standards, you need to create a culture where you create the leadership, the coaching, that means it's critically important that people keep developing. And I think, I'm going to be honest, as a previous club owner myself, I think that we get lazy there, where we expect these young people entering the workforce to be able to do it all after a 6-week qualification. And it's not going to happen. So I guess the last thing I want to say, and I just want to put it back to you, is you can have the best equipment in the world, you can have the nicest facility in the world, but what I don't think we're spending enough money on is the development of our people. And we need to build mindset, we need to build skill set, and we need to build tools. And I just don't think we're doing it. So for that flip chart, can we please start spending a bit more money on our people, please? Is that okay?
Sherry, get that down.
I would absolutely agree with the workforce, the diversity issue, and who you relate to. Someone coming into a leisure centre, perhaps for the first time, and who do you want to be confronted by and talk to about your issues and what you need and what you want. It's absolutely the case. Just one other point there. We had a community activator coach qualification. I mean, we're talking 10 years ago when I joined Active IQ, and it was always about peer work together, working with someone that you can relate to change your lifestyle and behaviour. And it was never sexy enough, pardon the expression at the time. It was all about gym instructor, PT. And here we are, we're back at wellness coaches where we should be, community activation where we should be, but we were talking about it 10 years ago. We've got to try, operators here, talk to the training providers, the ones that don't engage, because the ones that do engage are here, but the ones that don't engage, about what you want from them, their training delivery. Don't just put up with, I just want more gym instructors or personal trainers. What do you want from the training providers? Because the tools are there to give them.
Liz Terry, HCM. If you start reverse engineering this process and look at what the operators are actually doing in their gyms, particularly where there's a high degree of engagement between a member or a customer and an instructor of some kind, a lot of that's falling apart. So we've got businesses which are delivering programs which actually aren't doable by the public. So the cadence is too fast or some other issue like that. The instructor isn't necessarily trained to deliver that program either. So there's a lot of work to be done even at that level. How can we get that better? How can we reverse engineer this process so that we get people coming out of the training who are have enough authority to intervene if they can see a particular class isn't deliverable for the customer, and then they have the expertise to deliver things well, so that we do a better job for our members. Because we talk a lot about qualifications and putting people through the process, but I don't feel we reverse engineer it back to that degree in a way that we need to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a couple of things, I think. I think where we talk about level 3 and level 4 and the skill set needed for dealing with people with long-term conditions, doesn't everybody have a long-term condition almost now? It's long been a view that actually you need to equip people at lower levels of qualifications as to how to work with a more diverse population and the issues that we face with the health problems of society at the moment. That's one thing. So it's around the qualification, and the employers that we've talked to, and we've been doing a lot of work on that more recently because of having to resubmit qualifications for funding in a couple of years. But everything we're hearing is that there's more breadth needed in the base qualification to help these individuals to cope. But again, it goes back to CPD, doesn't it? It can't stop there, and they won't learn everything they need at that point to deal with what they are confronted with on the shop floor. So it's got to be about embedding that continual professional development culture within the organisation. And as I've said before, that doesn't have to be an operator tackling that on their own and having to create their own learning and development department on their own. It's collaboration. Who can they work with to help them with that CPD journey for their teams?
Hello, Alex Morrell from Zest Leisure. Been in the industry for quite a few years, and more recently spent 7 years working with Nuffield, so to the earlier point, understanding connected health and how that works. But I've worked across multiple training management programs and development programs and seen some really good stuff and some interesting stuff. But I think what seems to be missing, and whether there is a platform for it, I don't know, which is my question, is a mentorship program. We've got so much experience in this room. I've got a 17-year-old stepson. Where does he want to go when he was 16? How did we get him into the industry in the first place? The schools are doing a great job, by the way, in terms of compared to when I was at 16, which I just remember. But is there a way that we can collaborate as an industry, have a mentor director, if you like, that they can actually speak to? Because the power of conversations, of industry experience is magical when someone wants to get into it. Not just the teacher, not just a training provider, whether that's UK Active, whether it's SimSpark, I don't know. But I think it doesn't just apply there. It applies to your point before around, when somebody wants to develop into being a well-being coach, it's not about the package so much, it's about the career opportunities and personal growth. And I think there's one thing we'll have in common here is personal growth. It's why we probably got into it in helping others. So for me, I would like to see a mentor program. Whether there is something, I'd certainly sign my name up, and I'd love to help people. I'm sure everyone in this room could do the same thing.
Love it. Love it.
Very nice. I think that could tie in with that campaign. How do we collaborate, get people into our sector, but then how do we support them on the journey? There must be lots of people here who would be willing to be involved in a programme like that.
Hello. Just a couple of things that have stuck in mind as the conversation's moved on, and that saying is, what if we train people and they leave? Well, actually, what if we don't train them and they stay? And I think that's something the sector really needs to think about when we're talking about CPD, and we understand there's obviously sometimes costs attached to that, or making sure that we have the correct CPD and qualifications in place. But I think that also links to a lot of the conversation around movement towards health and supporting the NHS and the health sectors, that a divide that we often see in the sector is that physios often are a bit, we're not sure if I want to work with the fitness industry. It's because they go through continuous CPD to keep their qualification up. And I'd wonder if there would be more respect for the sector if CPD was a requirement. And yeah, that's kind of like a thought for as we move towards the movement towards health. Is that where we're losing our traction? Because we don't have that kind of respect for each other.
Yeah, and it comes back to the should we make it mandatory, and it's nobody's ever played with that to make it mandatory, apart from optional membership schemes, to see if it works or not. And some of the perhaps complaints that have come out of those schemes in the past have been about the relevance of CPD. I think as long as you could create a scheme where it had relevance and authenticity to what the individual needs and what would help them and the environment that they're working in, it has real value. What I would not prefer to see is, oh, you've got to have so many points of CPD, so I'll just read this article and confirm I've done that, and it has no relevance to me, and it won't improve what I do. That's a great scheme if we could get it working in terms of the right CPD, the right level of content, and encourage people to buy into it. But we know that all our registration schemes at the moment are optional, and again, it gets back to that self-directed approach. But maybe at some stage the government will make it mandatory, and in terms of duty of care, and we'll get there that way.
If that isn't a mission, I don't know what is. That needs taking up the chain. Because for me, I know I mentioned mandatory, it's not about being super mandatory, but it is about quality, and it is about being relevant, and it is about taking someone on an experience that keeps them coming from a cultural perspective, but also a mental and physical perspective. You know, if you can't deal with that, then we shouldn't be doing what we do. So for me, that's a mission. If we can't shift that dial and get people on that journey, creating CPD that is more relevant, more experiential, and tackling human experience in the right way, because everyone's different. And dealing with the how and the why and the what is exactly what we need to do as a sector, because that's where value will come back into why education is so important. It has to be relevant for the consumer that's receiving it.
But if we want them to do it, we've got to pay them more as well. Because for the stuff that's out there that isn't free, that's really valuable training and really, really important, if people aren't getting paid enough, not only are they going to leave the sector, but they can't afford to do that CPD. And I've looked at forums recently, and I've seen the comments in the last month about how low the pay is for a class. I used to teach classes many, many years ago. I got paid so much more then than anyone gets paid today. So how can they even afford to pay their bills, let alone undertake CPD if it's paid? So we've got to pay them more.
Exactly. It needs. Okay, question?
Hiya, I'm Kat from Be Active, so the Active Partnership for Bedfordshire and Luton, and we work quite closely with Sport England. I know Sport England's been mentioned a few times, but we distribute funding on behalf of them for projects for a lot of people who aren't physically active or living that healthy lifestyle. But as part of that, we work really closely with community groups, and we found that the lower socioeconomic groups can't afford that CPD, but they have that wanting to learn. And through working with other active partnerships, we've realised we need to have some funding pot available for them to take from and be able to learn. So we've been able to have an initiative called Couch to Coach. Couch to Coach. And that's basically them telling us what CPD they want to do. And as part of us giving them some funding for it, they deliver something for us, about 12 hours worth of training or to their community groups, but it's all from grassroots. So it's all those people that really want to learn and be able to have that qualification and that knowledge to deliver. We also work quite closely with UK Coaching to offer those soft skills. So, for example, an introduction to unconscious bias in sport, behaviour change management, inclusive activity programs, all of those are either hybrid, online, or in person. But we found that, again, people who are the coaches and the instructors and the volunteers wanting to do those are doing it out of their own time. But from the cost of living crisis, we found that the workforce, we just need to look after them more. But I think as active partnerships as a whole, we're trying to collaborate and see what we can do for our workforce, because they're the ones we're using to deliver these projects. So again, I think it is again about that CPD and that loving to learn from that grassroots level, because it could be parents that want to gain that knowledge, it could be their children. So it's just going from that grassroots and going from there.
And it's like Andy's conversation, that's an example of what's really brilliant and what's out there, and how can we learn from that and collaborate and do more around it. But I think we shouldn't really be expecting people to do the CPD in their own time, should we? It should be part of the job. Why do it in your... It's another barrier to people doing it, as well as cost, time. Yeah, it's an issue.
We need a case study. And you're my girl. Get it down on the board.
Nick, got one more question.
Oh, one more question over there. Right. Oh, hello, mate. Welcome.
Thank you. I've got a thought that has got a question in it, and I apologise to everyone in advance because I waffle a little bit. Over maybe the last 15, 20 years, I think about, and bear with me, learning to drive, and how 15, 20 years ago you could do that in half a dozen, maybe a dozen. I can talk louder.
Who's gone?
It might take
Hang on.
6 to 12 lessons.
Hang on. Wait. Shut up. Yeah, wait. Get yourself a Red Bull.
Thank you. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, you could have learned to drive maybe in 6 to 12 lessons. I think they even did a week intensive, or you could get an hour a day, and then the test was turn up and drive. And over the last 15, 20 years, the roads are very different, cars are very different, we've got new signs, new technologies, and they've adapted education as a result. So the average now, I think they recommend, is 65 hours of learning over a year. We've got a couple of different theory exams, and then there's a practical exam. And I think about that alongside how the fitness industry and gyms in particular have changed, and where they all fundamentally looked the same 15 years ago. There were some treadmills, some bikes, some lat pull downs, a few leg extensions. Now we've got different types of turf and surfaces in gyms. We've got Olympic lifting platforms, squat cages, we've got kettlebells, we've got Vipers, we've got all this small equipment. And if I look at education and how that's adapted, what used to be, I think, the quickest way to become a personal trainer when I qualified was the intensive 14 weeks. It's now a few days. So we're sending people out ill-equipped to deal with the environments that they're working in, the changing social environments as well of different stuff that we're now more aware of than we used to be. And if we're sending them out ill-equipped and they're not able to practically apply it because they haven't learned enough skills in that environment, then in terms of establishing a culture of learning, why would they want to come back and learn more? And if they've not had a great experience in that initial qualification, why would they be in a hurry to sign up for any further CPD? And that's the experience that I've had. I've delivered qualifications for 20 years now, and where they used to be packed, we'd have 26 students on every course. Now maybe there's 4. And if I turn up to do CPD, if I'm delivering in-house CPD, I hear all the time, oh, well, we've not told the staff they have to come today because they've got clients. No one values the CPD in advance because what they had previously was possibly a little bit shit. Once they've done it, hopefully they think differently, but we can't create a culture of learning without investing back in them. So we're asking them to invest in themselves, but we can't invest in someone in a few days. It takes time to build those relationships and to help someone with their self-learning, that attainment of self-knowledge, find out who they are. And it might be a few weeks into a course that they've got the confidence to actually embrace and engage with the technical stuff and the sciencey stuff. And I'll stop talking now because otherwise it won't end. But maybe there's a question in there you can pick out.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You're absolutely, if they've had a really bad experience, a really poor experience as a learner on the first thing they do, why would they ever go back and do any more CPD? And that's a really relevant point in terms of the CPD question. And as we've talked about, there's some of that out there. There's some really poor structured delivery programs out there. Not our centres, I'm going to say. But there's some really good stuff out there. We've been trying to run a campaign around how you look for a training provider, what you should be looking for, what it needs to include the course, what support system there should be built within that, what it should look like. But again, I think the whole sector, we've got to get more discerning around operators knowing what they want to come into their environment as a workforce individual. Where is that individual getting their qualification from? We're going to have to start to get a little bit more clued up. I'm not saying that you're not, you probably are, but for those who aren't aware of the training that's out there and the qualifications, find out more about it. We'll talk to you about it, because you need to be looking for the people who've been trained in the right places. And I would like to see that those people trained in the wrong places, that training does disappear, but in any environment you're going to have good and
I
bad.
don't think it's necessarily fair that they're all shit because they were shit at delivering it. I think that it's not easy to create a wonderful experience in a few days. That they've been failed because there is no standard. I had to, this is only my personal experience, but it took 3 months to qualify as a gym instructor, but then I had to go and do a weekend CPD so that I could teach circuit training, as an example. Now, to qualify as a circuit trainer, it's one box, barely big enough to write your address in, on an assessment paper. There's no, you don't have to do a course to teach a circuit class. So how are they possibly equipped to turn up and deliver that?
Absolutely. That was the same. The time we spent on it. And there should be a mechanism for checking the length of those courses, because there are guided learning hours. There are minimum hours that those providers should be covering, but we know that not all of them are. But yeah, it's a journey to talk about what good looks like, I think.
I'll use this one because you've nicked it. We're going to start wrapping this up, but I think there's various things that have come out of that, and I think as a premier partner of Leisure Database's Evolve event, I think it'd be brilliant to walk away with a mission from Active IQ that engages this type of stuff, and we act on it in the next month and start really discussing what good looks like. And take that forward, because it can. If we keep talking, we'll just talk. So what does good look like needs to be the first session that we do, chaired by Active IQ. Whoever wants to be involved, get the name down on there and let's make it happen. Because standards needs to raise, and even if we get bounce back on that, and it's a, oh, well, that doesn't work. Well, so be. We've had a go. We can't just not do something, right? So I don't know whether you agree with that, but
I do. Yeah, I'm up for it.
I'm stipulating something you're going to do now. I just think that's the mission, right? Let's look what good looks like, and I think that's a perfect way to end this little one-to-one session, a collaborative session. So thank you to Jenny Patrickson. So, as you can guess, it's lunch, right? What you won't have guessed is it's going to be a slightly shorter lunch to catch up a little bit on time. So, lunch is being served upstairs. You're going to walk through the back and it's in there. You can network. We've got like 30 to 40 minutes, yeah? And we're Okay. Are we ready? Are we good? Shh. Wow, I love that. I could do that all day. Right. Everybody refreshed? Suitably stuffed? Yeah? Was it all right? Was it good? Yeah? Lush? Oh, I like that word. Lush. Chris Cope, where is he? Where's Chris Cope? Chris, stand up. I said I would say thank yous along the way. So Chris has kindly sorted all the goodie bags. I know a lot of the partners have put stuff in. The water bottles are all him. Okay, so a massive round of applause for Chris. And I know we're going to get to the main event, but a quick thank you to our premier partners, or Leisure Database's premier partners. We've got Pulse, yeah? Round of applause. Explore, yeah, at the back. Les Mills, where are they? Oh, there, right in front of me. Pocket Rocket, who are they? Oh, that's us! Hey! Active IQ. Yeah? Is that it? Have I covered everybody off? Yeah? Okay. Oh! Where is she? You stood right behind that pillar. I can't see you. Sarah Watt, stand up. My long time friend, Alliance Leisure, partners as well. Well done. So, without further ado, afternoon slot. We're going to start with David Turner, Chairman of Leisure Database. He's going to have a few minutes with your time, and then it's over to David Minton, and then we'll get into a little panel discussion. We're going to shorten that slightly because there's been a lot said that would have been said in that, which is great, which means that we're on the right track. And then hopefully cocktails will be working somewhere over here. That's not our industry, is it though? We should be drinking nutritional health drinks and stuff like that. Cocktails are served beyond 3 o'clock. David Turner, over to you.
Is that ready to go, is it?
Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody. I must say this morning was very stimulating. Been to a lot of these conferences and I thought this morning was superb. I think my takeaway this morning is the rocking horse, I think. That rocking horse is going to sit there. For those of you who don't know me, by the way, forgive me, I'm going to read from my notes because at my age I can wander off for hours, so I shall stick with this. For those of you who don't know me, my name is David Turner and I'm the chairman of Leisure Database. To give you a quick snapshot, looking around the room, I think I can reliably claim to have been our wonderful industry for longer than anyone else in this room. As in 6 months' time, I'll celebrate 50 years since I started planning my first luxury squash and health club in the shadow of the 1973 oil crisis recession, familiar ground. Soon after I opened City Squash in 1979, the UK went to its next recession, and interest rates rocketed to a base rate of 16%, a far cry from today with base rate at 4.5%, where everybody's complaining. In 1993, following the next recession, and it's interesting that these recessions, because except for the one at the moment, the recessions generally have been very kind to our industry because they've made property available at affordable prices, which in normal times are not really available to us. But I merged my clubs with the clubs of Jeremy Taylor and Fred Turok, and in 1994 we rebranded the clubs as LA Fitness, following our acquisition of the club in Isleworth, where the late Princess Diana was illegally photographed by the New Zealander Bryce Taylor, with the photographs appearing in the Daily Mirror. Sorry, I'm just going to put this one up. These are other things I've done which are irrelevant, but the reason why I've put it up is an important reason, actually. We went on to grow the business to over 70 clubs in the UK, Ireland and Spain, and to float it on the main London Stock Exchange in October 1999. In June 2005, we sold the company to private equity buyers, Mid-Ocean Partners, who within 5 years managed to destroy an extremely profitable and good business. And I think the ingredient that was missing was passion. And I know there's huge amounts of that in this room. We may not be the most professional, but we're certainly one of the most passionate. In 2008, after the sale of LA Fitness, I was dropped in by the banks, by SocGen, to be the chairman of Esporta to prepare it for sale, its breakup and sale. And I was horrified when I read the due diligence that had been received as the basis for the acquisition. It brilliantly gave every matrix, all the data analytics, all the facts and figures, graphs, charts. You had more than you'd ever need. The report was that thick. A third of it was disclaimers, and the other 2/3 was facts. However, all the data analytics, it was missing one vital component. It was, and that is the knowledgeable and experienced interpretation of the data. Now, it sounds okay, well, they had the data and everything like that, but the resulting loss in that company was £200 million was the loss from what was invented in the first place and what it was sold for. Now, the reality is that I worked with my friend Alan Fisher, and when we looked at the data, we, without even putting a figure on it, we put the figure of the value of the business on it, exactly what it ended up selling. And it just shows that from the industry, data is one thing, but how you read the data is the most important thing of all. Our team at Leisure Database is made up of experienced operators. Every one of our team have been in the industry for a long time, and they're long-time members of the industry who know about the industry. And we may not have all the data, but we do know how to read it and interpret its messages for our clients, and that, I think, is probably one of the most important parts of data. This reinforces the slogan that I feel belongs to Leisure Database, which is for the industry, by the industry. There are many people who can provide data, but not many people who can interpret it. So how do I come to the Leisure Database? Well, we all know the lovable fitness anorak, David Minton. But not many of you have known him as long as I have. During the 1980s, David could be seen shadowing and networking and hanging around all the sports and health clubs in the UK. And he published an A4 size leather-bound trade diary giving all the relevant contacts and information needed for operators. Incidentally, we've been trying to trace one, and if there's anyone who has one, please let us know, because we'd like to put it in the Leisure Database Museum. David then moved on to doing location analytics, and when at LA Fitness we were on a fast growth plan, I needed reliable and considered location intelligence to optimize and choose sites for our planned expansion. Together with David, we built various models based on the performance of the existing clubs matched against the demographic profiles of the clubs, in terms of numbers of members, in terms of profitability. And when we sold LA Fitness, I talked with David about working together. It always fascinated me, the data. 18 years later, we finally made this happen, which is great. In the last year, we've reviewed the business, we've consolidated our senior team, recruited new people, and are gearing up for the next generation of data analytics. Our team, including our new chief executive, Heidi Blackburn, all have a long history in the industry, and together with your support and cooperation, will respond to the future needs for meaningful data for our industry. Over the 50 years I've been in the industry, I've seen amazing changes, from early squash courts, which housed 2 people at a time, up to aerobics and class activity, which housed anything between 14 and 20 people. I've seen sports clubs and leisure centres adding on health facilities, full-service country clubs to budget gyms that have arisen recently, from equipped gyms to back to basic weightlifting. We've gone all the way back. Our equipment's changed dramatically. Specialist and holistic studios and boutique locations, private group training, military boot camp training, outside, inside, wherever you can deliver it, it's being delivered. Online training and coaching, and the future may well be in the development of AI tools. And I'm hoping that later on this year that we will host a conference on AI. We have some very, very big celebrities who are prepared to come and introduce us to the challenges and what it could do for our industry. As an industry, we've been very slow to embrace technology and change. We really have. I mean, to this day, none of our equipment talks to, there's not one piece of equipment that talks to the one next door to it. We could never get a full technological picture of what's actually happening in a gym. Techno Gym doesn't talk to Life Fitness doesn't talk to this one. Nobody talks to each other. So we're very much behind most other industries. But change is as unstoppable as King Canute found out when he sat at the beach that time and watched the tide come in. And as an industry, we need to understand its future and its impact on the existing fitness canvas. So I'd like to refer you back to URSA in 2001. I, together with David Minton and Heidi, and possibly some of you here, was at URSA that year, and the celebrity speaker was a superb business presenter called Tom Peters. His presentation made a huge impression on me, and I asked him to send it to me. He was suggesting various thoughts on markets that could prove to be the future for our industry. I've extracted a few of his slides, actually as he gave them, so you must forgive the primitive look of them, to stimulate some thought and hopefully to make you smile. And these are his exact slides. Okay, so this was his introductory slide. So you can see it is the third, it's the 22nd of March 2001. Right. Can anybody tell me what important event, vitally important event to the welfare of the world happened in 1874? Any takers? Suggestions? No? Nobody? Okay. In 1874, the jockstrap was invented, right? Now, if you then look at the next line, 1977, that's 103 years it took for the exercise and fitness industry to realise that there was actually a woman in the world and that might take advantage of it, and the jog bra was then invented. Now, in that year, only 25,000 of them were sold. 20 years later, 42 million were sold, and we're another, 25 years later? God knows what that number is. But it's just an interesting indication of how slow we are, and not just us, people are, to accept change and to understand where our new markets are. The real questions he posed was, what other markets are untapped? Seniors, healthcare, we talked about that, teams, companies, etc. What other changes are coming? For change to be successful and to be successfully executed, we need data and analytics. And we're in an era where there are endless amounts of data available and collected, membership, attendance, activity, and so much more. But the interpretation of data by people who understand the industry is absolutely vital. To ensure that we work with you as a seamless part of our industry, we need your feedback regarding the information you require to make the big decisions. And also to maximise the impact of the smaller decisions. Most importantly, we need to be open to sharing our data for our collective good. This has been a problem for the industry. Everybody's parochial and very, very protective about their data, and unless we share it, big data can't actually do any real valuable analytics. Remember, what we see as Leisure Database's slogan is for the industry, by the industry. Now, I'd like to just quickly, if you don't mind, this morning I was listening, I was riveted really. I thought it was, there were terrific questions and terrific debates, but I had a few notes that I'd like to ask, and a particular challenge for Dave Stalker. Is Dave here? Yeah. Dave? A particular challenge for Dave, because Dave, unlike all of us, has actually sat at that top table of the industry, and unfortunately, the top table over the years, as has been mentioned, has not managed to actually get its message through to the people that we need it to get it through. And I'd like Dave perhaps to put together a group of people here to discuss what needs to be done to get it there. Because, whether we like it or not, as an industry we've failed, and our industry body has not actually managed to get what it was. So it'd be interesting to find out, Dave, what the barriers were, and how we work together to actually give that part. So, but I had a couple of little questions. Evidence and the adoption of our ideas. Government and the NHS will not and cannot make changes without evidence. They just cannot do it. They'd be pilloried if they made it. Why did you do that? Why did you favour this one? They have to have the evidence. Privately, with big business, the same is true. In 1984, I worked out a scheme with Scottish Life life insurance with a logical thing, as my belief was, you'll live longer if you exercise. And I went to Scottish Life, who at those time had an office on almost every high street, and they had basements. And I said, well, you don't use your basements. Why don't we put gyms into your basements, call in people as they get older, and start exercise programs? They loved the idea. It went all the way through, but as soon as it went to the actuary says, where's the evidence? And the whole thing fell apart. We had similar things with Bupa. When I opened a club in Glasgow, and it was not far from a hotel, and we said, take your people who are claiming for physio, right? We all know that you will give them a program to do when they leave. If they do it, they won't come back, and if they don't do it, they will come back. And they do come back all the time because they don't do it. Prescribe them membership of the club. Let us hand them over to our PTs and let us make sure. No, didn't happen. So big businesses find it very, very hard to move. When I was involved with Fitbug, which was the forerunner of Fitbit, sadly they've made a few billion, I didn't. But when we were working on that, we worked very closely with a Bupa, and then we also worked closely with what's the South African? Sorry. Well, no, it's not Virgin Active. It was sorry, Vitality. Sorry, Vitality adopted it. Because they were a small company and a small group of people, they were able to make very quick decisions, and they decided to use it. But Bupa, who were investors in our company, they loved the idea of it, but they could not get it past the board member that liked it. They could not get it to trickle down because it required other work. So big companies can't move in the same way there. Likewise, I still have one club with my brother, and my brother has pioneered working with hospital rehab and physio, and they have a physical presence actually in our club. But that worked because we work with a particular community trust. So bottom up may well work better than top down at the moment, certainly in the short term. The next thing I'd like to say is that I, together with Fred, attended and we spoke at a government conference on obesity, and everybody afterwards came up to us and said, oh, everything you're saying is correct. However, the food lobby is much stronger than what you're saying. So this idea of the lobbying of the pharma and the food industry is huge. And the only way we're ever going to deal with them is by actually, again, it has to be evidence-based. So without that evidence and bringing on other people who are pushing to help us there. But I would say that we are our biggest barriers ourselves. We are our worst enemies. I used to do a training program for aspiring club managers, which was called The Enemy Within. And the enemy within is, of course, ourselves. And we as an industry are just as guilty of that. The last point that I'd really like to make is that the bulk of our industry is made up of small businesses who are parochial, protective and competitive, need to learn to share and to work together to create initiatives together with healthcare, and need to be prepared to share their information and their collective ambitions. Big data is the only thing that's actually going to give the evidence. Small data does not. Big data does. It speaks, right? The rest of the industry, the larger chains and the large local authority providers have their own interests, and those were reflected, certainly in the early days of the FIA, were reflected on these bodies because, and I can honestly say that with a slightly red face when I was at LA Fitness, we were one of the big funders of the FIA, and our agenda was far higher up than the industry agenda. So I say that, certainly historically I say that. With some information on it. So what are my takes from this for Leisure Database? What can we as data providers do to move the debate? Bringing and collecting this evidence is our responsibility. We are the providers. The responsibility of a club is to deliver the best service there. If we claim to be data analysts and data providers, this is our responsibility to work with the providers to actually collect that data correctly. We need to take on that challenge. We need to identify, and again, Dave might be able to help me on this. We need to identify what data is going to change the conversation, because there's endless amounts of data. You can get any piece of information you ever want in the world, but much of it is meaningless and it's not going to move the agenda. So we need to, as an industry, agree what exactly are the pieces of evidence that are going to actually shift that agenda. And then, as an industry, we have to be prepared, I keep saying it, to share our data together to build the argument convincingly and to present it convincingly. So lastly, before I hand over to David and to give you the overview of the 2023 State of the Fitness Industry report, I'd like to just give a few thank yous, as you would imagine. A huge thank you goes to our new CEO, Heidi Blackburn, for orchestrating this event with the help of her wonderful team, internal team, and our partner Pocket Rocket, Cherry, Nick, Pete and Jack, and our venue host Red Bull, Ellie, Jazz, Matt, Charlie. I was expecting to see some Formula One cars running around here, but what can you say? I'd like to also thank our long-standing senior team, Natalie, who's here, Charlotte and Jamie, Jamie's in the States, along with our researchers and analysts for their dedication to compiling the 72-page full State of the UK Fitness Industry report, and to Graham, our graphic designer, for his skill to craft a new look. Don't forget, you have until 11 o'clock tonight to purchase it with a 25% discount. I'll have to sell. I'll be shot if I don't try and sell it. Thank you also to all of our partners who are in the room today for joining us on the Evolve movement. Something new is on the horizon, because for the first time in history, we've created the Spotlight report of the full State of the Fitness Industry report. Why? Why did we do that? We want everyone in our sector to read the main headlines, to be talking about it, so we can evolve together and so we can generate the debate. And lastly, to share with you some of the findings of the State of the Industry report, let me introduce to you the name which is synonymous with leisure database, David Minton.
Well, I was going to say a few thank yous, but he's already done that. I was going to say a few things at the beginning about stories, but I won't bother with you that. I can rip up half my presentation and get straight to the facts, which is what you're all really interested in. So, what I do have is just a couple of conclusions to give you first. So, my first conclusion is, after looking at all the data, my conclusion is that this industry has a long-term resilience. Thank you. So, long-term resilience. And I'll give you three takeaways. The three takeaways are: we have a lower number of gyms across the UK, but we have more members, and the market value of the industry is greater than ever before. Now, I'll give you three more takeaways: COVID, inflation, and energy. I think they've all done a great service for our industry. COVID got rid of all the sleepers, which were an embarrassment. And inflation and energy costs, they have risen and given you all an opportunity to raise your prices. Now, so, health of the nation. We've all heard about this, and Andy has talked about it this morning. So the link between health and wellness is, as far as I'm concerned, it's here to stay. The rise of wellness and health consumer promises to fuel our growth. And we can see that it is already starting to do that. Health is the new wealth. McKinsey, by the way, say that people want to age with dignity. But the question I have with the McKinsey report is, why only 81% find that important? So What you've all been doing is what I call premiumisation. So Colin Waggett talked about this in his health club management interview. So this is where you're all adding value. This is why the total value of the industry is going up. So whether it's adding value that you just get EMS, or you get nutrition, you drips, free towels, massage chairs, boutique zones. These are all things that you've been adding over the last 3 years. And that has had a financial impact. So for the first time, what we are seeing is that low cost have been putting their prices up, and 3 low-cost brands have now no longer low cost. I said to the CEO the other day, "Are you happy about that?" He said, "God, I am happy about it. It means my yield is far better." Medium-priced clubs have also been adding value. They have been increasing their prices. And now we have both premium and what I call super premium. So the most expensive club in London is £606 per month. And over 50% of the members double that every month, either on personal training or one hell of a restaurant. So, what you all want to know is, gyms are down almost by 1%, members are up almost by 4%, and market value is up by 11.5%. So penetration rate hasn't quite reached the same as where we were in 2019, when, if you remember, I said we were having a golden moment. Well, we're back on our way to that. But one of the things that we've been talking about this morning is we need to pay more people, more often, better wages to work in our industry. Well, let's just have a look at what we have been charging our members since 2007. Now, bear in mind, since 2007, a pound was worth a pound. If you were paying the same now, according to the national statistics, it would be £1.77. But our average monthly membership fee has hardly changed. So the conclusion I come to is that you have been giving the product away too cheaply for too long. Now that post-COVID, people are valuing their health. We've all just said that. We all just agreed that. Therefore, why are not the pricing increasing? Now, right at the very end here, we have it going up. So just in the last post-COVID period, prices have increased. And that is great news for the industry. So Pure Gym and GLL are still at top 2 sites. And interestingly, Pure and the Gym Group are the only 2 brands that have added more than 10 sites in the last 12 months. So what you've got, you've been using very wisely. And industry market value, going to the highest level that it's ever been, that's above 2019 when we were having that golden moment. So all the value is going into the industry far more than ever before. Now, in the private sector, we have 1 in 10 people are members. Penetration rate, 10.2%. But what percentage of the members are in the wider population. So we have 10% of the population going. That means that by the time we add the public sector in as well, we're still missing around 80% of the population. That's one hell of an audience to go after, isn't it? So in the private sector, the top 10 clubs, we have Pure Gym, the Gym Group, both low cost. Anytime Fitness, very proudly, mid-market. David Lloyd, even more proudly, premium and super premium. A third of David Lloyd. Anyone from David Lloyd? Shout. Oh, hello.
David Lloyd. Oh, sorry, I thought you said a member of David Lloyd.
Oh, which club?
Active.
Right. So David Lloyd now has a third of all its clubs in what I call super premium. They have a £150 a month category. So Ballantyne, again, firmly in the mid-market, but also moving into the premier market. Energy, quite happily, have moved out of low cost and into the mid-market. So when we look at these top 10 clubs, they have all increased the number of clubs, they have all increased the number of members, and their value has gone up by 22%. When you look at the multi-clubs, like the Ballantynes and the David Lloyds of this world, then they've increased the number of clubs, they've increased members, and their value has increased by 17%. The low cost, for the first time since 2011, they have fewer clubs. Some of them, as I said, are now quite happily in the mid-market. However, the low cost have also increased members, and their value has gone up by 11%. And because we've got Rob from Independence here today, the Independence, the number of clubs have dropped a little, but the number of members have increased, and yet again, the value of those independent clubs in total have increased by 5%. So the private sector, we have 83% of the population within 2 miles of a private club. So why don't more people go? Why aren't more members? Why aren't more of those 83% are members? So the public sector, I'm so disappointed with the public sector. I would love to say that the public sector have rebounded back to where they were, but sadly they haven't. So we're down at 4.9% penetration. That means that only 1 in 21 people. These figures, of course, are only membership figures, so it doesn't include all the pay and play that is massive. It's just that we don't know how to count that yet. So in the public sector, I think it still has the biggest potential, and it's got the widest audience that it can attract. So the top 10 operators, they account for just under 30% of all public sector gyms. And almost 40% of the public sector members are on the screen here. So if we look in detail at the leisure management contractors, then the number of gyms that they're running have gone up over the last 12 months. The number of members have gone up by 28%. So some leisure management contractors, and I can see some of our suppliers are nodding their heads, they know the reason why. They are doing so well, and the value just of leisure management contract sites has gone up by 32%. If you look at the top 10 here, then the number of gyms have gone up, the membership has gone up, and the value has gone up by 16%. But I come back to the same question. We have 83% of the total population are within 2 miles of a public gym. Why aren't there more members? And if there are, like Pay and Play, then why aren't we talking about those? Why haven't we found a way in which we can collect that data as well in a way so that we're not duplicating, but so that we are presenting a bigger picture? So that's one of the things for the board. How do we present the Pay and Play information across the public sector? So far, it's been so good. Yeah, we're all happy, and we've all agreed that we've all agreed that we need more data, and we need more data more often. I like that. And as our chairman has said, we're doing a number of initiatives to gather more data. But talking of data, let me just tell you one story, because I haven't got time for many. So one story is, just as Andy took calls from DCMS, I took a call from the Cabinet Office during the pandemic. And the Cabinet Office asked me questions about our industry. I couldn't answer one, not one question. And the Cabinet Office had got a team of people headed up by a man called Richard Sharp. And he was working on a recovery fund for the arts and culture. Now, bear in mind, that's internal. In the Cabinet Office, we didn't have anyone. Now, as it happens, Richard Sharp became famous because he then became chairman of the BBC and then had to resign because he'd given a loan to, or organised a loan to Boris. But anyway, that's, neither here nor there.
So we need friends like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We need people in the Cabinet Office where they're making the decisions. So Richard Sharp was there, and what did Richard do? He pulled in one of the most successful entrepreneurs, black entrepreneur, who's established Primera private equity house, and he said, "You run this for me." What did we do? We asked Sport England to run it. What's the difference? Arts got 1.5 billion. It went to just over 800 arts organisations, 60% of them are outside London. And the other big thing was it saved 250,000 jobs. Sport got 100 million. And why? Because no one could give them the information they wanted. No one could answer the questions that they had. Whereas the arts, and as David alluded to just earlier, they were able to collate a tremendous amount of data to give to the Cabinet Office to prove why they wanted 1.5 billion. So we need a new era, don't we? So we are in the industry. It's a great industry. We love the industry, but there's also a fallacy, isn't there? We all know, first of all, we had the sleepers, and now we have, how do we encourage more people to come more often? There is the issue, are they using our facilities as often as they should? So therefore, it's all about new things. And that's why you're here, and that's why it's important for us to communicate, collaborate, and that will lead to change. So Evolve brings us together, which is great. I mean, what an audience today. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. we really appreciate your time. And I really think as well that the answer is in the room. So if we all start working together and we start filling up that board over there, that we can move to the next level. And the movement, I think, is here because we have partners, we have suppliers, we have the operators, and we have loads of people that are just fascinated by our industry. So it's an exciting time to work together. And as a community, I think that we can achieve a shared goal. And our shared goal is more people being more active and a healthy future for all of us. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere yet. Don't move. Any questions for David? 5 minutes of questions. Come on, there must be questions. Gotta be questions. Mr. Cockin?
Oh, can I just say, so two things I
Want me to
forgot.
get out of the way?
Two things I forgot to say. This little spotlight report, the very fact that you're all here means that you've registered, and you will get that in your inbox around 5 o'clock today. So that's our freebie, and we are looking to get that out to as many people across the industry. I always had a dream. Martin Luther King never said, "I have a nightmare." So my dream was to get information to every general manager working across the industry. We have some fantastic general managers here today who I've worked with for many years. And it's sharing that information so that they share their issues and problems with us, and we can share with them the overall view. And then, because you're all so special, if you would like, I only got this morning. You know? It's like having security corps working in our building when we're producing this. They just don't allow me to have access to any of this. So here we are. And here's the promo code. So you get 25% off if any of you haven't already taken advantage of that today. So back to you, Nick.
We've got a question over here.
Hi, David.
Hi.
Jane Golding from the Active Membership, the Active Partnership. I just worry when we talk about increasing membership prices, we might exacerbate the inequality gap further. And talking about how we can get more people to access our gyms, we know that the people who have additional barriers, maybe from culturally diverse communities, low socio-economic groups, people with disabilities, long-term health conditions, and I just worry that talking about increasing the price could slightly contradict what we were discussing earlier. So I'd just be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that we have to find a balance. And you know, we've always, the public sector especially, has always played Robin Hood. So we have to find that balance. And so if those who can afford it pay a little more, you know, it'll help those who can't.
Thanks, Nick. I guess I best ask a question now. David, you'll be pleased to know we've taken advantage of the 25% offer and purchased the report. But on that, I'm looking forward to reading it and spend quite a bit of time reading through it. David also mentioned earlier that the data is in the interpretation and the insights that you glean from that data. How much of this year's report provides insight and further depth rather than just providing the data for other people to use and interpret?
So, this year, it is without a shadow of a doubt the best report we've ever done. I know some of you buy it every year, so thank you very much for that. But you'll see that the 70-odd pages of analysis is in there. So it's probably the most analytical report that we've done. And we've taken a leaf out of Andy's book by putting a few things in there that should be said.
Any more? Any more? There you go. You don't. Over there. Jenny. I'll come to Jenny first, and you don't need to say who you are.
Gone.
She's gone.
Jenny.
Thanks, David. Have you ever been asked, or could you do stats on attrition rate? In terms of, it's good to see the membership increase, but where membership is lost, the reasons for that, because there's a.
Sadly, we don't have Dr. Paul in the building, but if we did, I would just pass that question straight on to him.
Well, I know he's not here.
Great. Wait.
The problem with reporting on attrition is that no two clubs use the same basis for measuring attrition. Unless you've got a standard. I mean, numbers of members is a relatively easy one. You know how many people are paying. But when it comes to attrition, I remember this when we were reporting, and we were asked to report to the stock exchange about attrition at LA Fitness. It was very clear that each public company measured them by different measures, and I suspect with the 7,000 or so clubs in this country, there are probably 7,000 different interpretations of what attrition means to them.
Anyone else? One over there. Where's Kerry? Where is she? Come on. I know it's warm in here, but...
Hi, David. Just a quick one. Has any of the reports got any hybrid memberships data?
Now, what do you mean by hybrid?
Working out outside of the gym or at home?
No, not yet. But again, we have people in this room that could actually help with that. So that would be a part of the things that are going on the whiteboard.
Hi, David. This way, David.
Hi.
Hi, Jeff Davies from Reach Wellness. Sorry if I missed it, David, but what were the questions that were asked of you could you not answer by the government?
Okay. So...
He can tell you, but he's going to have to kill you after.
So they had our previous report, 2019. So they said, of the 10.4 million members, how often do they go? Who knows? I mean, we would have to put loads of... There are over 70 CRM systems across 7,000 sites. So we would have to get agreement for all those 70 CRMs to feed into one system. The second thing was the people that are dying of COVID are in their 60s, 70s and 80s. What percentage of the 10.4 million are in their 60s, 70s and 80s? Who knows? Anyone know? No. No one knows. However, the answer is in the room. So again, if we share that, we can put that together. It will look much better for the public sector than it will for the private sector. I've already had some shared information on that. And the third question, which was the killer, can they prove that the 10.4 million members are fitter and healthier than the average member of the population? Exactly. Exactly. I almost fell off my chair. There were a few others, but those are the main three.
So just a question based on the back of that.
you mentioned obviously that when you had the arts versus the sports,
Yep.
and the arts had the better team, and that's why they were able to get the higher investments,
Yep.
opposed to the 100 million. You said the answers are in the room, but what are the questions, what are the stages for people in the room or the industry to get together to get that up to the same level as the arts?
Well, we need bigger hitters. We need people that are already well known in government. So we need the Lord Coes of this world. We need people that are already, so for example, post 2012, our fabulous Olympics, I had to go to the Cabinet Office once a month because Sebco was producing his report on the legacy. You all remember his report? It was a difficult one, but it meant that I went through all the rabbit warrens into the Cabinet Office. But of course, Sebco, both being a Lord and previously a MP, had the badge, all access. So he could go through. Now, we had the arts team, had Allegra Stratton, and they had Richard Shaw, and they had all access as well. We need people in there first, and then we need to supply them with the data to answer the questions.
Okay, good. I think there's question? Oh, Liz. Did you not ask? Oh.
Got busy.
Right, I'll sit down, it might be a long one.
I'll be quick. How many of these, the population that doesn't currently belong to a gym or health club, has previously belonged to a gym or health club? And should we be treating them any differently in terms of the opportunity there? Are they more likely to rejoin or less likely?
Liz, the answer is in the room. The answer is in the room. No one else knows, but you know, across all the systems, the answer is in the room. But I mean, who knows?
Sorry, could I add to that? I can't remember when, but about 7 or 8 years ago, I was asked to speak at a KPMG partners meeting on the journey from one club to a public company. And the guy who ran the course was a Portuguese professor at INSEAD. His speciality was not-for-profit organisations and entrepreneurial organisations. And it was, I can't remember exactly the year, but it was about a year after Kodak had gone bankrupt. And this guy wrote a short report on the need for companies and people to be able to cannibalise themselves. Because he says we spend too much time contacting our members and say, how can we do something better for you? When in fact, the members that we have are always going to be a diminishing number. Whether they move, they die, whatever happens, what you have is always going to be a diminishing number. And one of the points he was making is that not enough companies focus on exactly that market that you mentioned, those that don't come to us, and spend all of their time internally looking at what they can do for the people who've already committed to you and improve that thing. So it was a very, if anybody really wants it, I'm very happy to send that. It was a short paper on how do companies cannibalise themselves to survive.
And can I just follow on from that? Lara suggested that we need a new vocabulary. So the very fact that we're talking about members, the very fact that even talking about customers is wrong. We should be talking about fans. We should be talking about ambassadors. When we talk about one person going out and talking to 5 other people, those are our ambassadors. Those are our fans. And if they don't talk to other people about how great it is, then they're your customers and you're going to lose them.
Okay. So the answer's in the room, apparently. I'm throwing the gauntlet down to Leisure Database. You are going to champion getting people around the table and driving data even stronger. And it doesn't happen once a year now. It's going to be multiple. Off the back of this meeting, you are going to reach out to the partners and get them all together and start driving context within the content that we get. Is that fair? Yeah? Is that a deal? Is that a deal? Is that a deal?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
yeah, it's a deal.
I thought he was just going to walk off stage then.
I got to go and put this back in the safe.
Yeah, if you can. Right. Round of applause for David and the Leisure Database. So I'm going to do something completely wrong now. I'm going to flip the agenda around. For those panellists, we're going to come to you in a little bit. But I can't not, I'm looking at the time, I cannot get to the end of this and not let him have the moment. This will be good, okay? So, has he got his lapel mic on? Is he ready? Is he ready, Cherie? Is he ready? Are you ready? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Keith Smith.
Hello. For those of you in the room who have never met me before and have never seen me deliver, welcome. For those of you in the room who do know me and have seen me deliver before, thank you for staying. And for those of you who are watching online, your eyes are not deceiving you. Don't adjust your settings. I'm sorry, this is all there is. My aim of this session is to look at the human experience and the considerations for the gym floor. In terms of the journey that we're going to take, I've broken it down into 4 sections. We're going to look at the experience. From there, we're going to look at how we influence the experience. From there, we're going to look at the importance of staff development in terms of influencing the experience. And then we'll just follow it with some key points. Is everyone all right with that? We're on a journey. We've got a pathway. A river without banks is just a puddle. My name is Keith, and I'm very proud to say that whether I'm facilitating learning in a classroom or whether I'm working on the gym floor, I work in the context of the general population. Let me define the general population. Adults who are apparently healthy individuals who lead busy lives. They've got other stuff going on, family, work, and they enjoy other things in their lives. In terms of their levels of confidence on the gym floor, it's varied. In terms of their level of competency on the gym floor, it's varied. And in terms of the experiences they've had with us in the past, that's also varied. I've put a lot of thought. I've listened to people in the club lounge. I've asked questions. And over the last 30 years, I think my role on the gym floor is to enhance the value of what is being offered by the person that employs me. As an instructor, that is my role. I enhance the value of the individuals or the offering of the facility that I'm working for. when I talk about value, and I've done a little bit of reading, you can break value down into two things. It's about worth, what someone is willing to offer. Yeah, exchange for what the facility does. And value is also about the emotion, the significance, the importance to them of what they're doing. Value is all about the feelings. Too much? Too much?
No, more.
Cheers, Rob. Value is all about the feelings. Feelings of trust, feelings of safety, feelings of being looked after, feelings of enjoyment, feelings of comfort, a sense of well-being, a sense of belief, a sense of autonomy, a sense of confidence, a sense of competence, a sense of self-worth, a sense of self-belief and self-efficacy. Moving up Maslow. That's where the value is in terms of the feelings. And why are feelings important? Because in looking at what I've read in terms of experiences, feelings are the factor of demand, the major factor of demand within an experience, and feelings also drive behaviour. I may justify what I do with logic, but the reason I did it was because of the feelings. I bought a new car recently. It's not new. It's new to me. I drove it home. My wife came out. She's looking it up and down. I'm onto the logic. I'm justifying my purchase. And I'm using logic. You know, we live in London. Less congestion charge. You know, we've got a small garage, small car. I'm justifying my purchase with logic. But the reason I bought it is because I sat in the car in the showroom, caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and thought, God, you look sexy in this. Too much. Over the years, these are some of the books that have influenced my thoughts related to the experience on the gym floor. Shall we begin? Experiences. I'm sure you've all seen this image before. It's produced by an Italian psychologist. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce his name because my English is moody enough. But when I look at this picture, it reminds me of two things. First of all, it reminds me about the experience from the member's point of view. And secondly, when I look at this picture, it reminds me of my role as an instructor on the gym floor. If you look at this image, hopefully, fingers crossed, you see a white triangle that appears in the centre. That white triangle has not been drawn on the slide. It's an illusion. It's a perception. It's mind-made. It's thought reality. This is the experience. The experience takes place in no other place but in someone's mind. Information comes in from the outside world through our senses. And a lot of people, when you read about the experience, they say that experiences are products of our senses. But information comes in through the outside world through our senses. We filter and analyse that information based on our previous learnings and our biases. And then we have thoughts about what's happening. And then those thoughts turn into feelings. And it's those feelings that are a primary factor of demand for the member. And it's also those feelings that drive behaviour. Experiences are a product of our senses. And they are how we filter the outside world that creates thoughts, that creates feelings. And the feelings being the primary factor of demand within the experience. When I look at this picture, it also reminds me of what I need to do as an instructor to create those experiences. The incomplete dots and the incomplete triangles, they are touch points. And a lot of people use that term within our industry. It's not mine. I heard it numerous times at Performex. It was lovely. These are touch points. And I have touch points as an instructor. I have my interactions on the gym floor and the 3 levels, whether it be acknowledgement, small talk and big talk. I also have the content that I can put together that's individualised for the person in front of me. Yeah, and I also have my delivery, the skills of delivery. All these are touch points. And it's down to me to understand the reality of the individual that's in front of me, who they are, and to use those touch points effectively. That creates the thoughts, that creates the feelings, that is the experience and that drives behaviour. This is the first time they've let me out in a big crowd since COVID. I think I should have practised a lot more. I should have thought about the principles of said, innit? Do you know what I mean? Hello. That would be lovely. Would you mind? No, I'm fine. Influencing the experiences. Yeah, only 3 stages left and you never have to see me again. It was mentioned this morning and it was outstanding. It's not just what we do anymore. It's about how we do it, the manner in which we do it. That's what creates the experiences, that's what creates the feelings, and that's what drives behaviour. It's how the instructor or the trainer utilises the content in the reality of the individual that's in them now. And it is how we go about delivering the session in terms of creating the experiences, the memories that drive behaviour. It's all about our touch points. Touch points create moments. It's all about the moment. I have a really big problem that everything is about 3 months' time when they achieve their goal. That's not my job. My job is to use touch points that create moments that drive them back for the next session. Of course, I need to have an eye on the long-term goal. That's professional. But my job is to use touch points to create moments that drive them back for the next session. Because for some reason, I've evoked some feelings within inside of them. I'd like to look in a little greater detail about touch points, if I may. Emotional intelligence. My wife says I have none. I like to consider myself to be a work in progress. Daniel Goleman told us that there are 5 components to emotional intelligence, and I think all of these, in terms of the knowledge, the comprehension, and more importantly, the application of the skills in this, is vital for trainers if they're going to create experiences. Because I need to understand the reality of the person in front of me. I need to be aware of my emotions at this moment in time and control them, and then engage with them at a level that makes them feel comfortable and safe. But I'd like to focus just a little bit, if I may, on empathy. Understanding the reality of the member that is in front of me, so that I can mirror that understanding and hopefully create experiences that drive them back for the next session. This is Lisa. There were 2 Lisas this morning. It was a pure guess. I've not changed my slides. Let's have a little empathy task. Lisa's 51 years old. She's on her first visit to the facility. Yeah, she's apparently healthy. She leads a busy life. Family, work. She understands the importance of exercise. Yeah? But she has concerns. She has concerns in her head about frequency, duration. She also has concerns about the images that she sees on social media, the words that appear on social media about our industry, and she also have had bad past experiences. And just to give it a little bit of edge, she's recently divorced. Yeah? Before I asked you your thoughts on how Lisa is feeling in the gym on her first visit, standing in front of me right now, yeah, I'd like you to think about how much courage that it's taken Lisa to actually get to the gym. She's probably visited the facility 2 or 3 times and had a look round reception. She's probably had a gaze on the gym floor to see how busy it is. We cannot underestimate how much courage it's taken this lady to actually stand on the gym floor and stand in front of a bald, fat, ugly bloke from South London. Think about that. Innit? If I've not given you enough information about Lisa, just to top it off before you answer the question, Rigby and Peller underwear, Anne Fontaine blouse, Chanel suit, Russell and Bromley cork shoes, big buckle, small heel, oversized clutch bag. And she smells of Joe Malone, pomegranate noir. Too much. Cross the line. Should have done some training for this session. With the person next to you, 2 seconds, come up with one thing. Realistically, how is she feeling standing in front of me now? Let me understand her reality so I can create valuable touch points that create memories, that drive behaviour. 10 seconds with the person next to you, then we'll have a couple. You have 10 seconds, away you go.
Just when I was back there, it's like, obviously, because obviously you can obviously project it just a little bit, so I just wanted to...
Yeah, it's quite... It's both. If I make a change on here...
Time! Time! I'm on time! I'm on time! Realistically, don't muck the session up. Yeah, don't dig a hole for me, right? Realistically, one or two things. How is she feeling right now? Lara, thank you. After this morning's comment, I've already put in a vote that you run the industry. Did I? Well before. Anxious. Someone else said something. She's going to be terrified. Yeah? How else is she feeling? She could be feeling intimidated. I have to be aware of these things if I'm going to use touch points that create moments, that create feelings, that drive behaviour. It's about her reality. So let's have a look at content and how content of the session could be used as a touch point to create positive moments for, and I know you know this, yeah? The content that I use has got to be safe, it's got to be effective, and it's got to be individualised. And by individualised, I mean not just in terms of individualised in terms of the direction she wants to go, but individualised in terms of raising her self-belief, her self-worth, yeah, her sense of self. I've got to choose the exercises wisely. I've also, and it's not an exercise, I've also got to think about the place within the gym where I actually train her. Because we clearly know that someone like Lisa, she don't want to exercise in a big space where she feels she's been evaluated by the whole gym. She wants to exercise somewhere quiet where she feels comfortable and safe. In terms of slightly stretches, what I mean by that is we all in this room know that we have to slightly stretch her in order for Lisa to achieve overload. But slightly stretching is also a component of enjoyment. Enjoyment means to achieve what you thought you could achieve and a little bit more. Now, stretching is also part of Erikson's theory of deliberate practice. If you read Vygotsky and his zone of proximal development, it's all about reaching a zone that you can see, you can nearly touch, and with the support from someone else, you can get there. Slightly challenges them, slightly stretches them. For me, I can sum the content up with 3 words: play, enjoyment, and flow. Let me define play. Play is not ball ponds and swings and slides. Play is not being restrained with fluffy pink handcuffs while I let my imagination run away with me. Too far? Cross the line there, isn't it? Yeah? Play is about creating content where there's enjoyment in the moment. Don Rivers, the famous basketball coach, he doesn't refer to it as training or a workout. He refers to it as play. People have enough of work at work, and then they come to the gym and we call it a workout. It's about play. It's about their leisure time. It's about enjoyment, the moment, the sheer satisfaction and delight of just getting lost in the moment. It's about flow. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, I'm sure you've read it, has the concept of flow. When you're in flow, hours seem like minutes. Your worries of the day fall away from you and your sense of self becomes stronger. And flow is a combination of challenge and skill. With Lisa, if the challenge is too high and her skill level is too low, she's going to feel anxious and awkward. If the challenge is too low and her skill is too high, she's going to become bored and apathetic. I need to use content wisely, understand her reality, and use the content wisely to create this corridor of flow where hours seem like minutes, the worries of the day fall away from her, and her sense of self becomes stronger. In terms of delivery, how I go about doing it on the gym floor, there are a few set skills. 8 of them I've put on this chart. From the top, going round clockwise, it's about framing. It's about me framing... Oh, sorry, taking a picture. I'll get out of the way, Liz, I'm on witness protection. That joke fell flat considering I'm being streamed, didn't it? It's about framing. Framing is about how I continually add value in her head about the importance of the facility to drive it back. You'll see that in a moment. Then I've got to use demos. Am I going to use a demo to introduce the exercise so her confidence goes up and her fear goes down? How am I going to use demo as part of my reinforcement of the positive? Am I going to mimic the exercise in terms of reinforcement of the enhancements that she may need to make it better? I've got options of demonstrations. Where am I going to use them? I've got to think about that in her reality. Then I've got language. So important. I've got to use language that's right for her in her reality. So if she doesn't name the muscle groups she points to them, I'm going to point to them. If she uses Get Fit Tone Up, I'm going to use that. I'm not going to go quadriceps, hamstrings, gluteals. Yeah, she came for a workout, not a Latin Nessa lesson. I'm not going to be street and go the Vastus Brothers and Rec Fem. She doesn't care what I know. She cares how I make her feel. Knowledge is not power. The use of knowledge is power. She cares about how I make her feel. So language is really important. If I'm going to make her feel special, I've got to move to observe. I've got to gather information. And then I've got to position myself in a place that re-engages with her, builds that sense of belonging again, and then start to feed it back. When I praise her, there's a specific way to praise her. It's not just good. 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 It means nothing. It's good because. It's good because your feet are nice and wide, your arm is close to the side of the body. I link my praise to her efforts. If I link my praise to her efforts, her confidence goes up, her fear goes down. You don't have to say good. There are other things you can say. Okay? Gorgeous, beautiful, sexy, naughty, filthy, dirty. I'm building up to that one. Yeah? But then I go back to framing and I say to her, Lisa, that's lovely. Feet are nice and wide, arm is here. Bring it back to the importance of the facility and say, if we continue to do this together over the coming weeks and months, we'll get to where you need to go. So I go back to framing to reinforce the importance of the facility that I'm working at. And then there's correction. Correcting in the negative, I'm not really into that myself, especially with someone like Nisa. So I'll correct in the positive. Don't think about the pink elephant. Don't think about the pink elephant. Don't think about the pink elephant. What do? We think about the pink elephant. Yeah, I walk across the gym floor. Don't look at your elbows. Don't look at your knees. Don't look at your elbows. No. If I'm going to correct her, I'll say to her, Lisa, that's lovely. Feet are nice and wide. Arm is here. What we need to do, because it's a partnership, lift the chest, chin level, look forward. So I correct it in the positive. And then I was questioning around comfort, enjoyment and intensity. all in the context of her feeling anxious, uncomfortable. These are the skills of, I lost myself then, I started thinking about my mum. Don't stand there. The skills around how we go about utilising the content and how we go about the delivery in the context of the client's reality. I've got time, I'd like to show you. I've got a helper. He's not Lisa, he's not pretending to be Lisa, he's just a body allowing me to demonstrate the teaching skills. Is that okay? Based on the information that we've just spoken about, we're going to do an exercise that works here, here and here. And over the coming weeks and months, as we work together, that will take us in the direction we need to go. Just watch me first. Feet hip width apart, nice and tall. Lift the chest, chin level, look forward, ears above the hips. Then when you're ready, push the hips out behind you like you're sitting into a deep chair. Oh. Slowly stand up from the front. Just keep those knees over the toes. I framed it. I used the demo. If I use the demo, what's going to happen to their confidence? What's the chance of them coming back? Yeah? I kept the language simple. Back flat, sitting into a chair. What's that going to do to their confidence? What's the chance of them coming back? Experiences are about using touch points to create moments that create feelings that are the primary factor of demanding an experience and that drive behaviour. So I've demoed it. We'll move on a little bit. Now I'm going to talk them into it. I don't just go like this. Have a go. Another touch point. Step forward for me. That's lovely. I'm going to use demos again to reinforce, build their confidence. Feet hip width apart, nice and tall, ears above the hips. Then when we're ready, sit into the big chair. Away you go. And slowly come up. Lovely. From this point, I observe. I don't like teaching in the negative, but I'm just going to show you. I come to the side to observe. Obviously, I would have more space. I don't talk to them here. If I talk to them here, what's going to happen? Outrageous. Outrageous that a paying customer turns their head to engage with the instructor. You see them in the gym floor. They're going for it on the rower, and the personal trainer's just like that, and they go on. And they're turning their head. So I come to the side to observe, gather the information, and then I come back to the front. I position myself to re-engage, build that sense of belonging, create those feelings. Here's another one. A couple of decent ones. Oh, my God. Seen this one as well. Good. Good. Come back to the front. From here, position it, reinforce it. That was lovely. Our feet were hip width apart. Our back was flat. Yeah? 2 more for me. I praise it. I praise it and link it to her efforts. Yeah? Cheers, mate. Oh, yeah. Mate, I'm so sorry. For me, when I think about it, experiences are emotional intelligence in action. That's what they are. Staff development. I've put a lot of thought into this as well, and I'm glad it was brought up this morning by people in the room. Yeah, we all know the ladder to mastery, being unconsciously incompetent and consciously competent. I'd like to talk about the bottom 2. Being consciously competent. Yeah? I've passed my assessment. I've passed the criteria. I've been on a 1-day course. I've passed a theory paper. I've had a viva. I've done a case study. I've passed. It's a cause for celebration. But in terms of the skills and behaviours necessary to do that, when I'm consciously competent, I'm still thinking about me and what I need to do. The world is still about me. Where we need to get to in our industry is a place of unconscious competence, where now the skills and behaviours through a programme of mentoring and coaching have now been embedded inside of me. I've now internalised the skills and behaviours that I learn. It's all about the development. Yeah? There are great training providers out there. There are great tutors out there. But they can only go so far in terms of checking learning on the day. When they come back to the facility, it's about taking that learning and turning it into a behaviour. And behaviours take time to develop. There has to be a role, for in-house coaching and mentoring. There has to be. None of you as operators here ever do any training with staff unless the only reason you do training with staff is because there's a change of behaviour. You want a change in behaviour in what the staff do so they make the experience for the members better. And you can, when I'm here, I've internalised the skills and behaviours, therefore I know what I'm doing, therefore I can create the wow that's in front of me. I can focus on the member rather than focusing on myself. Touch points influence the experience. They create moments that changes the state of the member, which creates feelings, which drive behaviour. Members buy into the feelings and they pay for those feelings in the products and services that we offer. Get things in context. A lot of stuff that I said, quite a lot of bum fluffery, to be quite honest. Think about the learning here. What are you taking away? Think about your audience. Think about your vision, your mission, your values. What's your identity? What's the facility story? Think deeply about the learning, if there's been some. Not low-level learning, knowledge and comprehension. I mean high-level learning. Let's move up blooms. Let's get to evaluation. Let's get to creation. Let's try and create something that's unique. A lot of bum fluffery in the last half an hour. What are you taking away? Balance that up. What does it mean to you, your audience, your vision, your values, your missions, your story, your identity? My aims of this, or my outcomes, experiences, influence, experience, staff development and key points. If you liked this session, my name is Keith Smith. If for some reason you didn't like this session, my name is David Minton.
How do you follow that? I think a break's required, yeah? 10 minutes, max, yeah? Get some fresh air. It's getting warm in here. We've got one session to go and we're done and it's drink time. In fact, drinks might be on now. Are they on? Have we started? Yeah? Yeah, so you maybe sample a drink from the bar. That doesn't mean a massive queue now. 10 minutes and we're back. turn it off. Okay, we're ready? Yeah? I know there's a few people still at the bar. Last 20 minutes or so, okay? Last 20 minutes or so. Before we... shh. I tell you, that works, doesn't it? Every time. It's brilliant. Just before we get going with this final Q&A, I just want to thank the associate partners. So we've got Excelsior in the room. Where are they? Yeah? We've got FAM in the room. Fitronics are in the room. Follow the Oak. Independent Gyms, Life Fitness, Ozgen, and P81. All right, thank you guys for your support. So, this is the final session. It was going to be a complete Q&A around human experience. I think we've done it well. I think we've covered it quite a bit. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to step into the audience, let these guys take centre stage, and I'm going to fire a few questions in there to get it going, but then you guys can ask the panel some questions. But let me introduce you. We all know David. I'm going to go this side. And then I'm not interfering with that. David, Jenny, both spoke. I'm introducing Rob Beale from Third Space, representing Pulse Fitness. We're going to get an operator angle from this. Sarah Watts, Alliance Leisure. Sarah Durnford, Les Mills, and Ivan Stevenson from Explore.
Indeed.
Who has a rocket as well.
Oh, we've all got rockets.
We've all got rockets, haven't we? I don't know where that's going. Right, let me come out of here. I'm going. Right. First off, I'm going to start with the questions. One to Rob, I think. From an operator standpoint, Rob, we've talked a lot about human experience today and the different channels that might bring. From an operator standpoint, what does it mean to you as a deliverer? Does that make sense?
What does what mean to me?
Human experience.
Right. No.
Is that all right?
I haven't even had a gin and tonic yet. I think I'm still calming down from Keith's talk. That was awesome. So obviously, Third Space, we're premium sector, kind of. I think of David's categories, maybe super premium, super premium, is it? Okay. So £200 a month plus. So I'm aware that my lens may not be the same as everyone else's lens. But for us, it's making it as personal as possible. So premiumization, for us at least, is personalization and recognizing that all of our members want something slightly different, and it's not as simple as just put them into 3 or 4 different categories, which might typically have been, these are the people that use the gym, these are the people that do Pilates, these are the people that do spin classes, and so on and so forth. And then off the back of that, it's about putting a program in to train our staff to recognize that, and hopefully then getting a little bit of a virtuous cycle of attracting team members to us who attract members to us that kind of feel that way about Third Space. Our vision is to inspire our members to be their personal best. Might sound a bit cheesy, but that's what it is. And kind of our team vision is to inspire our team and our staff to be their personal best. So it all links to a personalised service. We've actually got a few people in the room that are Third Space members, which is cool. And chatting to one earlier, I won't embarrass him, but just saying that every time he goes into the club, he feels like everybody in the club knows his name, and that's to some extent what we're trying to pull off. for those of you that don't know, third space is the idea being your first space is your home, your second space is your work, and we're your third space where you can be comfortable where you are. So, yeah, that's it in a nutshell for me.
I love that. I've just learned that. Why did I not know that?
What,
third space?
Yes.
I love it.
That wasn't me.
No. Have you seen a change from pandemic type member to where you are now? Have you seen any kind of change, or have you had to change the way you approach a member experience?
There's been lots of changes since the pandemic. So one of them is obviously we've had to significantly enhance the digital part of our offering. So I imagine that's the case for most operators in the room. The usage patterns changed a lot. So even though London's busy-ish, it's still not back to where it was pre-pandemic. The offices are significantly down. So take Canary Wharf, which is where we have our largest club. Canary Wharf itself, occupancy of offices were about 70% when we closed. They're about 50% now. So that basically means we've had to pivot from mostly attracting workers to really focusing on residents, and that means usage patterns are different. So lunchtime peak significantly down, evening peak and weekends significantly up, and that means we've had to really change our programming, get teams that want to work evenings and weekends, which is challenging, particularly with things like Brexit and post-pandemic working from home, flexible working. So those have been the challenges. But in terms of what we're specifically doing with the member to engage them, not anything significantly different. I still think, for us anyway, the members more or less want the same things they wanted pre-pandemic. Maybe they're looking for a little bit better value for money with additional products and services.
Excellent, mate. Ivan, from a digital perspective, obviously explorer in that kind of world, what's happening in your world in the sense of that member engagement? I guess the human experience is key, but how do you link that digital experience to it?
Well, I think it's a bit of a hybrid, isn't it? So you're using technology to enhance that human experience is massively important. I think if I look what we do, one of our values is make life simple. And listening to Keith's excellent talk, Glenda, about wellness and mental wellness earlier, it's really around how do we make our clients' life simple to be able to do the great things that Keith was talking about with his clients. And that's not just on the gym floor, of course. I think, if we can make life easier for our clients from a digital and technical perspective, whether that's, just simple as making sure the access control works and people get into the club. It starts at, from the person on the car park to the receptionist to the person behind the cafe, to the people on the floor, is making life more simple and also creating time for them to be able to not be sat in an office looking at spreadsheets and things like that, creating time for them to be able to be more member-centric. I was at Europe Active event with, and Dave Stalker's getting a lot of mentions here, but there was a lot of talk about the lifetime value of a member. And that's exactly what it does. If you look at the way we strategically partner with our clients to free up their time and make life simple, it has a direct impact on the lifetime value of a member moving forward. Somewhere between 1 and 3 months. So if you look at that creating value that we talked about and Keith talked about, that's exactly what it does. Everybody is that sales and retention person within your business. I mentioned it starting from the car park and onwards and so forth. How do we create that value starting from the joining right the way through the life of the membership? And I think from a technical perspective, we need to look at that. Also, I think that collaboration, that's been talked about a lot today, right, around the collaboration of everybody in the room doing that. I think what we need to do, and part of my role, I'm now looking after partnerships and things for Europe, is bringing that ecosystem together. So not just having an integration and talking about integrations, it's how do we strategically work together for the better of the industry? How do we make that customer journey seamless, whether that's with a third-party app provider or whether it is with access control, and how easy do we do that? But I think that collaboration between the strategic partners in the business is vastly important, and I think that's what we bring.
Brilliant, mate. Jenny, interestingly, the element that Ivan's just talked about, I guess, frees up headspace for staff. That could be something that we talk then about, the softer skills of working with digital, but actually providing the skill set of empathy, working with on customer service, because it frees up the headspace. Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely fair. I think that's whenever anyone feels maybe threatened by anything digital, it's about that, isn't it? It's not taking away jobs, it's not taking away things, it's enhancing your ability to do the better things, the things that need the actual physical human interaction. So absolutely, I think it's really, really complementary, definitely.
Sarah Watts, you have seen a whirlwind change, really, I guess, in the leisure centre provision. What's life like now from a design and a delivery perspective to what it used to be like?
I think the levelling up funding, which a lot of the northern authorities got, what's really interesting is, and it's picking up on the language of this morning, we've got to get rid of the word leisure. So we should not be building leisure centres, we shouldn't have sports centres, they've got to be wellness hubs, they've got to be activity centres, and we've got to really widen their appeal and their relevance, I think. So we're seeing a huge amount of investment, and that's really positive. So we've got about 560 million in various REBA stages of construction in terms of new wellness and activity centres, lots centred in the north, so in the poorer areas of I'm not going to name them in case people come from those areas, but so Skelmersdale, well, I just have named them, haven't I? So anyway, so I stopped naming them now. So I'm not the
We're all family here, love. We're all family.
I'm not third space, I'm waster space, basically. But so in terms of what we're seeing differently, much more community engagement. Gym and swim is still, very much the centre of what wellness hubs look like. But really encouragingly, saying we're building in Bolsover, and 2 hospitals' outpatient services are going to be integrated into the wellness hub. So rather than this co-location where you've got one bit there and one bit there, if we can truly integrate and create these community wellness hubs that will service their communities over the next 20, 30 years, and not just focus, and I apologise to any badminton players, but sports halls, 4-court sports halls, 8 people playing badminton, that's a lot of space for not a lot of activity. So we have to be more inventive. So things like Tag Active, spa, we working with, in spa provision, you can treat 16 ailments, psoriasis, anxiety, so much broader perspective of what a wellness facility looks like, and huge amounts of investment. We're very blessed. We're seeing a lot of activity and construction, for wellness hubs moving forward.
Excellent. Sarah, the other Sarah. Hey.
Stop picking on me.
I'm not picking on you, Sarah. Sarah W. Sarah D. From an entertainment experience perspective, where are we going? Where do you think? What's the future look like for Les Mills?
Sarah just
How deep do we want to get there? Go. Transport us 5 years' time. What does an in-house experience look like?
Well, I think we've talked a lot about it today around the human experience and the collaboration. I think we've talked a lot about the power of the instructor, actually, and how we value that instructor. And then, of course, the digital experience and the omnichannel experience, and the importance of Keith talking about how you create feelings, because it's the feelings that are bringing people back in. So we're really focused on how we create that. And I think the other thing that hasn't been really touched on today is the importance of, for the longevity and what we look like in 5 years, is this generation active. How are we bringing the next generation into the fitness, whether it's just to move more or whether it's to become a professional with the industry? How do we make it a cool industry to be a part of? And value is a part of that. So at Les Mills, we've got a big focus there and on where we're working. We're working more in the education sector, how we can connect there. We're working in the digital sector. We've got VR going on and what those experiences. But the pinnacle for us is still the live experience. But how do you create an incredible live, socially connected experience? Some of you might have attended our London filming event that we did. It was the biggest fitness event in October last year, and it was very much around how you connect and create that incredible live fitness experience, and we're doing it again in LA in July. So yeah, it's that evolution, continuing.
Excellent. I'm going to probably go down each of you now, starting with David. Before I open up to the floor, we've got many takeaways, David, from today, I think. What's your takeaway personally from today, and what's the action leading on to it?
I think my main takeaway is that I feel a completely different vibe that I haven't felt in quite some time about us sharing, and we're all passionate about our industry. That's why we're here, and now we're working out how we can actually put the information together that the government are interested in, because let's face it, there will almost certainly be another pandemic, and we need to be ready for it.
Jenny?
Cheery.
Apparently it starts tonight. Jenny, sorry.
On that cheery thought, takeaway. I think just the knowledge, the desire is there for learning and continuous learning, and there's obviously lots of reasons why it doesn't always happen, or why we want more of it, need more of it. But, and I'm sorry if it sounds like a broken record, but collaboration, organisations like ourselves, we've got so much content that is there and available, but equally we've got expertise to work with people about how to tailor content, how to tailor formative assessment, and all of that. So the more that we can collaborate with everybody here, the more that we can share our expertise, and we can learn from your expertise and what your needs and desires and wants are. So just to keep on the conversation, we've started doing a lot more work directly with employers over the last few months, and we want to continue doing that to just really understand what's necessary and needed out there.
Rob?
Yeah, if it was just one, it would be ESG. So for us, that's a really big focus, I guess for two reasons, maybe three. First of all, it clearly saves money. Secondly, our members typically are just really passionate about that. They want to be associated with a brand that's sustainable. And thirdly, our investors, who fairly large American private equity fund, that's one of their main KPIs for the third space business. Because as I'm sure most of the investors in the room would know, by kind of scoring better on that ESG, you can just attract better funding, lower interest rates, so on and so forth. So I think it's going to be a really important part for the industry going forward, to make us more appealing to invest into. So that's the one for me.
Sarah?
Thank you. I think mine is more actually how we need to change as an industry. So, and I'll use the word leisure because that's how we currently use it. But from my perspective, public sector wellness should be statutory. I think it needs to be very much a national focus and campaign with proper KPIs and strategic outcomes. It needs to be taken away from local politics because they just fight all the time, and the challenge with local councils and 4-year cycles of politicians is you don't have any long-term strategic thought behind it. So, and listening to everybody in this room and Andy's 15 points, it is absolutely critical that we up our game and deliver properly on health agendas. We spend so much on the NHS, which isn't a health service, it's a sickness service. So we need to get some of that investment by having proper strategic outcomes and vision and plans, and that has to come from a national level. So that's I don't think I've got that, but I think that's where I've come to from listening to everybody in this room today.
That's brilliant. Sarah?
Yeah, I think two words I heard regularly today. Some things are a bit shit. And collaboration. I know, Jenny, you mentioned collaboration, but I also think as an industry we're really good at talking that talk, and it's the action. And I would, love that to go on the board as what are we going to do tomorrow differently to share some insight, some knowledge, some experience with others within the industry that will help us to move forwards. There's a lot of cultures, and the other one I'll mention is that whole value of the instructor. Again, we've been talking about that for years. I go, what? But it's going to take collaboration because there's a culture within our industry. So what are we going to do together and action some good stuff? Yeah.
Great.
Very good. I think mine goes from David's presentation, and my heart sank a little bit when he said I couldn't answer the questions. And I think two of them, if we collaborated and used the data that, you know, people like we have, probably could have been answered. Probably the only one that couldn't be answered is, you know, how much fitter are they outside than within the gyms, if you're looking at age demographic and things like that. I think if we actually sat down and did a little bit of work and put an action plan together, then I think that's the action that I'm taking away. I know I was a little bit gutted that you couldn't answer those, and hopefully, I get that word flipping collaboration again, but I know you mentioned the 70 CRMs, but it's up to us to, you know, give our clients the key and give the industry the keys to be able to deliver these kind of things. So I think that's one takeaway out of how do we support, not just me, but collectively, who hold the keys to that data, and how do we deliver that to people like Leisure Database and the industry as a whole to get those questions answered.
Very good. Questions from the floor? There must be some questions. Yep. Coming through, Gary.
So many questions to ask, but I'm going to start with this one. So the questions that you got asked, David, are, I think, the wrong questions. And the reason I think that is because if you can't give the answers to those questions and the data's there, that's a problem, because collectively, like you say, we may have those answers. But even when we give the answers, I think they're the wrong questions, because we're talking about fitness. I know many fit people that drop dead of a heart attack. So what results are we committed to getting? It's got to be what's moving the needle. And for me, it's health and optimization. And as you just rightly said, it's, you know, it should be called disease care, not healthcare. So we need to take some of that money and start putting it into the hands of people that are looking to get the results. You know, one of the things that I look to do is how do we move the needle on the vital metrics that matter? And that's bloods, bones, biomechanics. You know, I see a lot of people that are not even walking straight, not even thinking straight. So we're looking for those answers. And again, the questions that people ask is all around, give me the answers and we can move the needle. But again, they're the wrong questions. Fitness is very different to health. I mean, I don't know if this is true, because somebody can probably correct me in this room, but I've heard that, is it Nuffield Health, where they say if you go 4 times a week, you know, we can reduce your premiums or your health, life insurance. Nobody's checking the triglycerides. I mean, they're going to run into a heart attack. I mean, if anybody knows anything about fitness, you could be the fittest guy ever and you could be eating shit food. And to the point of, what's the attrition rate of people going to the gym and what results are we getting? Okay, well, let's say 100,000 people go to the gym and 100,000 people, 80,000 people are dropping dead of heart attacks. Is it because of the gym, or is it because of what they're putting in the mouth? That's the question we need to be asking. So it comes back to, I think, the quality of his lives is determined by the quality of his questions. And if we can't answer the questions that people are asking, maybe they're asking the wrong questions. We need to be given the answers to the questions they never thought of asking. So, sorry, I don't know what I was giving it to there.
Great point, Gary. Anybody else? Anybody else in the room? You're all getting a bit warm and hot. So, I'm going to finish off with these guys these are our premium partners, okay? Evolve was a one-hit wonder 2 or 3 years ago. Evolve now is a 12-month cycle. So these partners are going to be involved for 12 months minimum. And it's what we do now that changes the perspective of what we've all just talked about. If we don't action, we'll be back here 12 months' time talking the same shit. And I'll say that word. We've got to move it, guys. So for me, they've embraced it. They've stepped in. We've got associate partners who are stepping in and getting on board this journey, this movement. If we can't collaborate together and open up these conversations and these debates and collaborate in the right way to make change, we might as well pack in now. The time of talking is done. Let's start working. Let's start changing what we think we can change. And there's low-hanging fruit there. There's low-hanging fruit straight off the bat. So let's go and get it. Let's start tomorrow with some actions off the back of that list that's on there. I'm going to make notes on that and send it round everybody. We're going to make notes of that. Ledger database, guys, yeah, we'll make notes. We'll get it round to everybody. We'll ensure that we stipulate that we make change. Okay? Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you for your support. And thank you for doing a Q&A.
Thanks.
Big round of applause. Right, we're nearly there. Nearly there. Don't move, please. I just got 2 things to do.
Nick, do you want me to turn this one on? Yeah, mate, please.
So, enjoy yourselves. I've lost about £5 today in sweat. Keith, I think, probably doubled that in 40 minutes. Firstly, thank you to all the presenters. An extraordinary day, an extraordinary sessions from all of them, and I think most of all, the provoking of debate and conversation that's come out of that is really powerful. We have to start doing stuff. So reach out to these guys, get their intelligence, get their knowledge. Please don't go back into your kind of like worlds and go, oh, but we know we'll do it our way. Just go and talk to them. You know, and I used it the other day, and I'm sorry, I'm generalising here, but the amount of people that talk about education, they go, oh, well, we're going to set up our own academy. Go and see them, speak to them. Start collaborating with the people that are out there doing it really, really well. That's what will shift the dial. Yeah? Little poignant moment. This event came together 3 or 4 years ago, and unfortunately, we've lost a couple of people in the last 12 months, and I think it's important that we just celebrate their lives. So Laura Angel started Pocket Rocket with, where is she? Cherie? She's at the back. She's gone. She's left me again. Oh, she's there. Laura was an inspiration to obviously Cherie and to a lot of people in this room. Certainly to me. She was my boss for 10 years. I treated her like a sister, and she meant a huge amount to certainly me and a lot of people in the room. The news of Peter passing literally a few days back, it stunned us all, I think, as a sector. And it just shows you that we have to seize the moment, right? He was fun-loving, inspirational, and a really, really good guy. And he's gone far too quickly. So them two going in the last 12 months should be an absolute shot up the backside to every single one of us to go and enjoy life. Yeah? Go and enjoy it, work together, be passionate about the sector that we are, and most importantly, have some bloody fun along the way. Okay? Amen. Big round of applause for them two who have passed. That's it, right? Networking time. I know some might have to go. Don't go. Is that a song? Please don't go. Cheese me. I'm going to get Craig up for a karaoke in a minute. Drinks are available. It's networking time. Get some sunshine. Come back in, go out. Please, don't let this be the last time we talk. All right? Well done, everybody. Thanks to everybody for coming.